T-Stage Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking in some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great.
Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time.
This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is new.
French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man.
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
This is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
That's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like
That'd be $80.
2 or 3 times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
That Bad Beat Bacon looks good as we are underway here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, RGV. First hand underway, Cajun Asian will make the fold, and looks like El Gallo from seat 4 was the initial raiser under the gun +1. Picking up a call from Mike in the hijack and Nick.M24 in the big blind, as we will see an ace-high flop. So Mike hitting a straight draw, but he will check his 3-high. And now El Gallo turning a straight draw. He still has the best hand with queen high. And it looks like this first hand might go checked all the way through. Mike hitting a pair on the river. And he is going to show the pair to win the first hand here at the Texas Card House. RGV would like to welcome everybody for joining us tonight, as we do have a action-packed game tonight. So four of the players that are playing have a side bet that we'll let you know about. But first, let's look at the stacks. Seat 1, the Cajun Asian, he's in for 300. Seat 2, Nick, he's in for 500. Seat 3, Goose, he's in for 300. Seat 4, El Gallo, he's in for 500. Seat 5, LZ, he's in for 360. LZ will come in with the raise, and he gets called by RGV Striker with the Queen 10 offsuit. Chubbs with the 3-bet, suited ace, and Yubi with the jacks. Should be putting in the 4-bet here, but keep in mind he is a newbie, so he's just going to flat with the jacks, as he's probably going to pick up calls from the initial raiser and caller. One of the reasons why he's supposed to put in the 4-bet here when you have a very strong hand, to clear out some of the riffraff. So 4 ways to the flop we go, and it's going to come 7 high. Pretty much a perfect flop for jacks. $164 in the pot. Newbie assemble in a bet. It's going to be more than 100. 105. It's exactly 100, and nobody really has anything. LZ with bottom pair, but he still has 2 players behind him to worry about. He's in for 360, so this representing about a third of his stack. He'll let it go, as will RGV Striker. And Chubbs also lets it go. Newbie is going to show the checks. So nice hand. So RGV Striker in seat 6. He is in for 300. Mike in seat 7. Let me just make sure, but I'm pretty sure he's in for 500. Chubbs is in for 300. And Newbie, if you've never seen him play before, he's named Newbie for a reason. He stacks his chips in 75s. Those are stacks of 75. So if they do look short, they are short, and you can see him confirming that they are 75s. Not 50, not 100. They're in for 75. So kind of hard to get an exact count by just glancing over at his stack. So one of the cards not scanned properly, and that's the little pause in the action, as something in the software that tracks everything, known as the action tracker. Basically, at the end of each hand, it has to get reset so the new hand can start, and that wasn't able to reset. But while we have the quick break in the action, I will tell you about the side bet. So 4 of these players have a side bet going with one another. All of them bought in for 300. That's the minimum buy-in on the 1-3 stream game. All of them bought in for 300. And you can see Striker in seat 6. He's in for 300. Seat 7, Mike. He's in for like 460, 463. Seat 8, Chubbs in for 300. And Newbie, he's in for 300 as well. So it looks like a double straddle. I said this will be action-packed, and we already have a double straddle, the third hand, as it is folded around to the button. Goose makes the call. Gallo comes along. 7 deuce for LZ. Let's see if he gets tricky with it. No, he just makes the call. And RGV Striker will check his option. $48 in the pot. 4 ways we go. The blinds and the straddlers. And it's going to be a 7 for LZ. RG Striker also with a 7. And he's going to bet the 7. LZ will probably make the call here. Right now, Striker is ahead with the kicker, but a very good chance this is going to be a chop pot. El Gallo does not want to give up on his suited ace just yet. And LZ, as I said, will probably make the call and does. 4 coming on the turn. And it's going to go check around. 8 coming on the river, so RGV Striker's 10 is actually going to play. 1, 2, 3. That is the pot size. El Gallo did hit a pair on the turn. And of course, both LZ and RGV Striker flopping top pair. Action is on El Gallo. And looks like he's going to put out a sizable bet here. Nice card for him to bluff at, as the flush draw got there and the straight draw got there. Let's see if RGV Striker's able to make the call. No, he's not. And he's going to show the bluff. I like it. I like it. Showing the bluff early on. Letting RGV Striker know he folded the best hand. So getting back to the side bet, we have 4 players that are sitting at the table that have made a side bet. Seat number 1, the Cajun Asian. Seat number 3, Goose. Seat number 6, RGV Striker. And seat number 8, Chubbs. So all 4 bought in for the minimum, which is $300. They are not allowed to rebuy or not allowed to add on. The first player that gets to $1,000, so in other words, a $700 profit, first player that gets to 1,000 will collect an extra $100 from the other players. So when those 4 players get involved in a pot together, they're really going to be fighting for the pot, which is going to make for an interesting dynamic that I'm sure we will see later on. Right now, Chubbs with the best hand has the 7s. Nick, to the connectors, somehow has 2 overcards to the 7s. And he's going to hit 2 clubs. El Gallo with better clubs. So El Gallo not only with a flush draw, but also with a straight draw. Chubbs will put out the continuation bet with his overpair. And El Gallo might be raising. No, he just makes the call. Nick does not want to see a club. Jack coming on the turn. The 7's still in front.
Under the jacket, fucking skin's boiling. He's sweating.
And now El Gallo going to take a stab at the pot here. So betting just under half pot, 60. Let's see if Chubbs makes the call one time. Very, very draw heavy board. Oh, he's going with it. He's going all in. Remember, I just said the first player that gets to 1,000 gets an extra 100 from 3 other players. So he is playing his hand very aggressive. He wants to double up quick. I think the reason why he's taking this aggressive line is because of the side bet. He does not get snap called, so he's happy. He does not get snap called. It's never great when you move all in without a super strong hand and you get snap called. But El Gallo might look him up here. You can see all the outs he has above. The outs in the gray have been folded. You saw Nick folded the 9-8 of clubs. So he has 9 live out, but you can see he actually has, in theory, he has more than that. So 15 outs, and he's going to make the call. He's looking for an ace, a 5, or a club. Ace, 5, or a club. 30% of the time, he will get there. Let's see if Chubbs gets the quick double up, or if he's going to lose a buy-in. And Chubbs gets the double up, so that's going to put his stack up to $568. So he's more than halfway there to the $1,000 mark. You can see behind Chubbs, there's a table with green chips and red chips. So those are actually Chubbs chips that are not in play, but he did plan to put them on play if needed. So you can see Chubbs, he's up 268, UB up 124, Mike up 31.
You could be 997. Yes. Tip and cash. And then you just go down to that's what I will. Get tip chips.
So action will be on Mike. Does Mike have his son? Yeah. So Mike really likes to conceal his face on the when he plays. You can see he has the baseball cap, the hoodies, the arms crossed. Newbie with the raise to 15 with the ace jack of spades. And once again, Nick calling with a worse flush draw as he has 4 or 5 of spades. Mike will defend his big blind, and we will go 3 ways to a flop. $49 in the pot. And it's going to come jack high
Double side.
So it's coming jack high. So newbie, the initial raiser, is going to hit top pair. Mike's going to lead out with his gut shot. And Nick is also going to call with his gut shot, needing a 6. Deuce coming on the turn, 2 flush draws. Let's see what Mike does here. Mike is going to check, and newbie's going to bet his top pair, top kicker. This is actually a very good bet from newbie, as it is a very draw-heavy board. And he's a newbie, so he will show his cards again.
Yeah, are we doing a small blind game or no? Whatever. Do you want to? We need all the help we can get, buddy. We'll leave the small blind game till later. Don't worry.
All right, so got some action on the chat here.
Right now, you're already stressed.
So welcome, Andrew.
Stress in his life.
The fucking glasses start fogging up and shit.
Got a couple more
Good luck, viewers. Good luck, all that.
people in the chat. Chubbs with the King Jack of Hearts just calls the straddle. Nick with the ace will also make the call. And LZ calling on the button as we will go 5 ways to a flop. Second time we see a 7-5-5 flop. Double paired board. Nick might take a shot at this. And Nick does exactly that.
That's why, like, my move is kind of a little risky because I'm out of the profit. No, it wasn't risky. It was dumb. Yeah, I'm not free to look dumb, though. I literally said.
All right, so we are in the Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas card house locations across the state of Texas. Rio Grande Valley located in South Texas, 3 hours south of San Antonio.
People just guess he looked. Like everything gets there and then leave us much and he's like, what do you have? But like now we're gonna be able to see.
So newbie with the limp under the gun, king, queen suited. Goose with the ace 4 just makes the call. And El Gallo gonna be raising it up with the suited jack. And El Gallo has his suits dominated by LZ, who just makes the call from the cutoff. Newbie also coming along with his king, queen, which will probably bring in Goose. Pot odds.
You're gonna need the 4 hours to get unstuck.
We're going 4 ways to a flop, almost $100 in there, and it's gonna be jack high. So El Gallo getting a little frisky with the jack 6, gonna hit top pair, and should be putting out a bet here. 96 in the pot, and he's gonna bet about half pot. Just over half pot, 55. Goose hitting bottom pair, middle pair. Let's see if he gets sticky. He's not gonna get sticky. And El Gallo will show the jack.
Well, I think it's okay.
Hey, Aldo. Appreciate you answering the questions in the chat there. I am by myself in the booth, so don't always get to check the chat immediately.
That was very unlikely to do that. I mean, I had to have something there. Which I did.
Yeah, I was like, Mark, I don't talk that much when I'm drinking. Oh, baby. Hey, if you start mentioning politics or who do y'all dive in? That's only while I'm drinking as well. Huh? That's only while I'm drinking.
So another suited jack for El Gallo.
That's how it started last time.
Hey.
Oh, striker. RGV striker with a big bet here. He really doesn't want to call. Sizing it up. And the Cajun Nation might call him with the king queen.
78%.
That's considered for us. Like if they get it all in, one's closer, but the other one's out. Yeah.
Who's in this pocket?
Me, good.
Cajun Nation does have the best hand right now. Does not want to play out of position, and that's why he's giving it some thought.
Rip it, Lotto, rip it.
So the 4 players that have the side bet, 2 of them could be involved in his hand, and all of them actually had custom shirts made for this stream. So as I said, this is going to be a fun stream. You can see the Cajun Asian with the... Oh, he's going all in. He's going all in.
No, fold.
So once again, a bit of a crazy move, but the reason why is because of the side bet they have going. So the Cajun Asian, the J in his name, a little shrimp.
Do you want it straight or you want it with the salt lick?
I wouldn't even take the wall. Straight. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm there. That was awesome.
Shout out from Poti, Texas. Strawberry capital of the world. Strawberry capital of Texas. I don't know about the world.
They start talking to themselves. They start moving harder.
That's just southwest of San Antonio.
The harder he wants. No.
Y'all got thank me for that. I got him started on that one. I got him started earlier tonight. He had something like decent there.
He's gonna.
Everybody calling the race from LZ here.
No, Thunder's do not do too. So it's a no bet if nobody gets in or what? Nobody gets
Who's going to be defending?
That's so strong.
And we are 4 ways to a flop,
bet you guys that no one was going to get there.
as it's going to come jack high 2 hearts.
I'll give you 3-1.
A gut shot for LZ. He was the initial raiser, but he's going to step on the brakes. Ace high, still out in front. First to bet at this pot is going to win. And looks like Goose is going to be that first person. Really, really small bet. So only a $22 bet into the $89 pot. LZ calling with his gut shot. Be interested to see what happens if Goose misses on the river here. 10 of hearts get in there. So Goose gets there. And he's going to check. And great check by Goose. He checked to get his opponent to bet. And it works out. You can see Goose also with a custom shirt. It says Me Gusta. It says Goose and then dash TA, which essentially means in Spanish that I like it.
Georgia, you want one? I just saved it 20 days ago. I wanted it.
Give it later.
Cheers, bro. Perfect time. Everybody want a pot, bro. You not just give you enough. Partner, if you don't get a double in the next 3 hands, you get enough.
I'll grind it up. Why do you keep moving?
Oh, that's.
That would have made it so much easier to do a stand-up job with y'all. Because y'all would have been pushing. gotta sit down. Yeah, exactly.
Look at the wrist.
Oh, Ace King versus Ace Queen here. Newbie with the men re-raise. That's going to bring along El Gallo, but I think LZ is going to put in the 4-bet here, as he should. Keep in mind, LZ just got caught bluffing. He actually showed the bluff. So that for sure is going to factor into Newbie's decision here. Kind of small sizing on the 4-bet just because there's somebody else in the hand. I think this is good sizing if you were heads up, but you do have the other player to factor in. Oh, Newbie with the good fold. And El Gallo looks like he's also going to make the fold. As these players know that a 4-bet generally, a 4-bet like in a 1-2, 1-3, 2-5 game, a 4-bet is very, very rarely a bluff. Very, very rarely a bluff. So these guys know this. And he's going to fold the 9s, and you can see LZ does not show.
John said 3 different hands. Jack 10, 7, 6. He said king, queen, Jack 10, and then 9, 4. That's a 9, 4. Legal doesn't know that. Carter, you're so grandfather. I have paper time here. I love it. Oh, there's my dealer.
Once you said you were going to call, I was like,
Usually loud, bro. What's up, bro?
usually loud. Are you camera shy?
He needs
Talk to him. Mike? We'll talk to him.
Well, when he gets buzzed, like, he's worse than me, bro.
Or Mike needs a drink in his hand.
All right, so action on El Gallo.
Come on, Mike. Big Mike.
Money Mike.
Mike with the ace queen. We'll see if he has better luck than Newbie. And Goose will fold his queen deuce.
The first fucking raising take.
Straddle, LZ putting a straddle on under the gun.
I want to see that fucking rubbing. He's fucking rubbing me every fucking time.
He's nervous, dude. Leave him.
He's rubbing me every time.
Bro, why is everybody picking on you, bro?
That stupid ass shirt.
It's because it's
I
stupid ass name.
This is my homie, too, right here.
RGV straight.
So Mike just calling the limp with the queen jack. Nick on the button. Or at nick.m24. That's his Instagram handle. Goose also making the call. So we got a goose and we got a rooster. El Gallo. From Spanish to English translates to rooster. Flop's going to come 10 high with 2 spades. Goose flopping top pair, and he's going to check his option.
I'm going to give him a buyout after 9 holes.
We'll discuss that at the end. My percentage, I don't know.
I feel bad, bro. I'm going to beat him today.
Mike will bet 16, so just over half pot. And Nick's going to look him up with his double gut shot, needing a 9 for a straight or a 5 for a straight. And Goose putting in the check raise here.
You were here that night when we were here?
Think it's a little on the small side, as he does have 2 players to worry about.
Oh, shit.
And the jack accidentally exposing, that really doesn't help or hurt Nick. And it's $24 to Nick to call. I think he's going to make the call here. And he does make the call. And the turn is out. And now Nick picking up more outs as he now has a pair to go with his straight draw. Double gut shot. And now Goose is going to check. And Nick will take the lead. Bets 45. Goose immediately calls him. Be interesting to see if Nick misses here. Oh, flush draw gets there. I like to see a big bet from Nick here. Nick having 319, so probably like half his stack, probably about 150. No, he's going to give up on it. So a check raise on the flop from Goose to $40. And then Nick making a $45 bet on the turn. I thought that Nick might have sized down. I thought Nick might have put in a small bet on the turn to bluff big on the river if he missed, but that was not the case. Mike raising it up to 15, which is probably going to be the standard open tonight. Cajun Asian calling with the suited connectors. And his diamonds are no good as Nick has king high diamonds. El Gallo with eights, just making the call. That's going to bring along LZ. King, queen, 4, 2 clubs. Gut shot for Mike. He was the pre-flop raiser. Top pair for newbie, and he's going to bet out probably about half pot here. Just under half pot. Looks like a $40 bet. Nick also with top pair. He will be making the call. El Gallo with the eights. We'll let it go. I think his hand flashed up. And Mike will fold his gut shot. So Nick needed some help here. He does have some possible outs for a chop, as a 4 will chop the pot for him. Hearts coming on the turn. And Yubi's going to continue on here with one stack. That's 75.
Mr. Dorito is fucking balls. Mr. Dorito is fucking balls deep.
And Nick does not want to fold top pair on this draw heavy board. Straight draws, flush draws.
Mr. Dorito, that's hilarious.
So Nick needed a 9 to win, a 7 or a 4 to chop, and he's going to hit the 9 to win. It's a very, very bad card as it brings in the flush and it brings in the straight. Now newbie does have one of the key blockers, the Jack of Hearts. I honestly don't think he's taking that into account. I just think he put Nick's on a worse king or a busted flush draw, but that's not the case. So Nick should be calling here, but the Jack of Hearts, oh, even better than calling, is going all in. It's not going to be much more for newbie to call, but I think he's going to make the fold. You can see it's going to be like another 80 bucks, 77.
It's going to be a 52-week item, so it's going to be year-round. Yeah, they smashed.
So obviously he's getting a very good price to call. So Nick actually just got out of work, still wearing his sports coat. Oh, newbie makes the call and is going to see the bad news on the river. I thought he might check the river just because basically everything got there. Jack 10 got there. Backdoor flush got there. And he really just had top pair. Like I said, he did have a jack kicker, which is jack of hearts specifically. So that basically helps eliminate the flush draw as well as the straight draw. And he was correct. His opponent did not have the straight or the flush, but his opponent hit 2 pair on the river. And newbie's going to add on here. So newbie's going to add on. Looks like he's added on 150. Under the gun straddle coming from Mike. Undercover Mike. Still has the base. Still has the baseball hat on. No longer has the hoodie on.
Or we can go straight up and we're gonna do like
Ace 5 of diamonds for Nick. There is a straddle, so maybe like 20 bucks. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
So he's gonna go 21. The Cajun Asian flashing everybody. His Derek Carr sports card. PSA rated 9.5. Ace deuce of hearts for striker, so the battle of the red aces. And an ace is going to come right on the flop. Probably going to be a chop pot if it goes to the river. And it's going to be a chop pot unless one of them hits a 5 or a deuce on the river. Small bet for RGV striker. And Nick making the raise here. Immediate call from RGV striker. Looking for a deuce to win. And the flush draw getting there on the river. Oh, Nick's going to bet again.
Don't fall backwards.
And RGV striker really putting him in the blender here. He's calling the chop, and he knows that. Okay, he does make the call, and he's going to chop the pot. But everything get in there.
But these were, I didn't think they were gonna have that shitty. I was like, because the flush got there and they figured out where to make the 10-8 got there.
10-8, yeah. You did it when I was mid-sentence. It would be badass to leave out just one chip from back here. Fucking throws it halfway in my
Ass was
sentence.
good.
Hey, there's no chipper going in anywhere.
No, that was a good call, though, right? I mean, the flush came. The flush came. I mean, a lot of things you could have.
Yeah, straight.
Ace 10, Ace 7, Ace 9, Ace 10, Ace 18.
No trolls allowed.
Oh, there's that.
Jack made his hand strong.
So $6 button straddle coming from LZ. Action will be on RGV striker, who just chopped the previous pot. Has the suited queen making the call. And Chubbs raising it up here. Cajun Asian making the call. Let's see. Oh, Goose with the hand here. This is the dream scenario for Goose. He's just going to call? Wow. There's already 75. There was 50, and then the 6. There was basically $70 of dead money in there. And Goose just makes the call. And RGV Striker flopping a straight draw. LZ flopping a 4. So Goose getting really tricky with these queens. He's trying to trap either any of the other players in the hand, as they do have a special side bet going. LZ needs an 8 or a 4 to come from behind. It's going to be a king. So Goose has already picked off one bluff from LZ, and LZ has a little showdown value. Plus, he got caught earlier, so he decides not to bluff. Very understandable. So that's going to take Goose past $600. He's already up a buy-in.
Bunch of sneaky fuckers. Oh, you're in a 4 thinking I'm fucking good. Trying to get this shit.
Me gusta. What a smart fuck.
So action will be on UB under the gun. UTG.
He's fucking counting his chips 98 times. We're only 30 minutes. Yeah.
Cajun Asian with the Jack 10 of hearts. Raises it up. I said the standard raise will probably be 15 tonight, and thus far that is true. El Gallo calling with the suited queen. LZ calling with the suited 10. And Mike with the natural 9 will defend his small blind, as will Chubbs with the natural 8. 5 ways to a flop we go. And it's going to come king high. Mike with the 4-5, flopping trips. And it looks like he's going to lead right out, hoping somebody has a king. But that is not the case. I actually like this bet. It's a little unfortunate nobody had a king there, but a lot of times you're going 5 ways to a flop. Somebody's going to call at least once with a king.
Oh, check it out. Kay looks like through her. Watch, check it out, check it out, check it out. She's out. No, but
So Mike getting lucky, hitting trips, getting unlucky that nobody had the king. And we're up all night to get lucky. $6 straddle, seat 1, Cajun Asian.
The semis and the finals is best of 5.
I don't know why they do that. Oh.
I feel like Goose could dominate in the WNBA.
The what?
I feel like you could dominate.
Action will be on Nick under the gun plus 2, who's actually going to be under the gun because of the straddle.
Pop it. Good shot. Oh.
LZ raising at 21. Oh, Mike with the ace-king just makes the call. So both Mike and LZ, they're not part of this side bet between the players. They just like to see flops. 7-7 deuce.
There it is. Oh, get off me. Yeah. You better watch yourself, girl. You better watch yourself.
LZ, the initial raiser, puts out the continuation bet. Mike folded the ace-king. All right, there's who's up. Goose leading the way right now. He's up almost $350. Chubb's up over $200. And Nick up about $200. Everybody else in the red, keep in mind, Cajun Asian, Goose, RGV Striker, and Chubbs. They made a side bet amongst each other. The first player to get to 1,000 will collect an extra $100 from each of them.
They're actually pretty good with the playoffs, so they're playing fucking defense.
And it looks like El Gallo going to be adding on to his stack. Goose with the ace 3 makes the call. LZ with the ace 5 suited with the raise. Newbie flicks out 1 chip to make the call. And you saw this earlier from LZ. Standard raise has been 15. The previous hand it was straddled to 6, so he sized it up to 21. And then this hand, somebody called the $6 straddle, so then he sized it up to 26. So very aware. His table awareness very good pre-flop here. Worked out for him last time. Right now the best hand, pocket 4s, as we have a little lull in the action. I know Spectrum has had an issue pretty much across the entire state of Texas. So some things are out of our control, the internet being one of those. So Nick with the 4s leads right out. Oh, check out Newbie here with the trips. What does he do? Newbie's just going with it. So Newbie's just going with it here. Is Nick asking for a count? I know sometimes the card reader sometimes picks up something wrong. So the trip 8s, I'm pretty sure that's right. And the ace on the flop, I'm pretty sure that's right. I didn't see the actual flop, as we are seeing this live. Yes, yes, we also see your shirt. So does Nick maybe have ace 4? Be honest with you, when he let out with the 4s on this board, it was a little questionable. So maybe something reading wrong with his hand. And LZ is letting Newbie know he can beat spades. The problem is, Newbie does not have spades. So LZ trying to talk himself into the call here. He does have backdoor diamonds.
Just like me, I'll go home and sell Luca and I'll be back in the
LZ just asking Newbie, does he have an 8? And it looked like Newbie motioning with his hands that he has an 8. Looks like LZ's going to make the fold. He does. And Newbie's going to show the 8.
I haven't looked at him in maybe 7-8 years, but he's in the Hall of Fame.
But he's still, Mark, at 66 Pete Rose tops, what's the value on that one, more or less?
I got 4 of them. Only one of them is in maybe 6 or 7.
So almost to the 20 hand mark. And at least for me, I like to wait until we get to 20 hands to really start paying attention to these statistics that are flashing on the bottom. As anything less than 20, I feel the sample size is just too small. On a normal stream, normally stream for 4 hours, and we'll get in somewhere between 80 to 100 hands, depending on how the table's playing and if there's any technical difficulties. So normally like to get a bit of a sample size before I really relay the stats to you, as Mike will just limp and Chubbs makes the call. Newbie just went in the last pot. Wants to see if he's on a heater. Nick calling with his 7-4 out of turn. And I think Mike, I think Mike kind of has to call here since he's closing the action, but he chooses to fold as Newbie right now with the best hand and the best position. It's going to come queen high, 2 spades. So Newbie with a gut shot, straight draw, and a flush draw. Chubbs with top pair, he was the initial raiser. And he's going to put out a small continuation bet here.
It is. Anytime he says
Give me diamond.
yeah, he has a pocket pair. Yeah, he has a pocket pair.
6 hard, 6 foot. Yeah, a little bit. I gave it away.
You can see the outs on top of the screen, 12 outs for Newbie. And that's not one of them. As a matter of fact, that's going to kill some of his outs.
Oh, we can't do it here?
Now he has 9 outs since the board paired. Is king no longer good? And Chubbs putting out a big bet here. It looked like Newbie was getting ready to call, but then he realized how much the bet was. So Chubbs betting about half pot here, 125. And that'll get the trick done. So now Chubbs up about 300. All right, so exactly 20 hands in. This is the VPIP. Really like this one. Voluntarily put money in the pot. You can see LZ has been the most aggressive in that manner. Over 60% of the hands, he has put money into the pot. The lowest player is actually RGV Striker. We do have a $6 button straddle coming from the Cajun Asian. Nick got M24. Action is on him as the action starts to the left of the button. He's probably going to be calling with this suited connector. And there's the call. Goose halfway in. King 7 of clubs makes the call. El Gallo queen 6 should be going into muck. LZ raising it up with the natural 9. I just said he has the highest VPIP. Oh, Chubbs is going to size this up pretty good. He's going to go like at least 100.
Okay. I'll take the 8.
And it looks like it's exactly 100. Newbie with the deuces, immediately folding. It's going to be hard for anybody to call here. But you can see 100 of the $154 pot is Chubbs. So even if everybody folds here, he's going to pick up $54. And that'll pretty much put him and Goose even for the lead.
But every time I comes up, I forget.
Hey, the camera's on Nick right now. It's right there.
100.
Poker player he is over there.
So saw Nick do this earlier with pocket 4s on a board where it seemed like an obvious fold, and now he's doing it again. Oh, LZ, what's this? What's this? He raised with the 4-5 offsuit, and now he is calling a pretty big 3-bet from Chubbs as we have a $236 pot. And Chubbs is going to hit his king right away, and Chubbs will just put him all in. So that's going to take Chubbs up to 728. So he's less than $300 away from getting to the $1,000 mark. And if he's able to do that, he does have a side bet with 3 other players at the table. If you're wondering who the 3 other players are, just look for the custom shirts, as the 4 players had custom shirts made. We've seen the Cajun Asian shirt. We've seen Goose's shirt. RGV Striker shirt is a little hard to see as he does have a sports coat on over it, but that is a custom shirt with his face on it. And then Chubbs is special shirt, as he is a fan of the Super Mario franchise. He's a fan of the villain, Bowser. The end boss. Striker with the Queens, taking it up to 25. There was a $10 straddle. Oh, we're going to see some fireworks here. Both these players do have a side bet amongst each other. Cajun Asian with the Ace King. Both these players want to play a big pot, so Cajun Asian is putting in the 3-bet here, and then RGV Striker will move all in. Cajun Asian will call it off, and we will have a race. Normally these hands will play fast, but especially with this side bet, prop bet that these 4 players have amongst each other, 2 of them are getting involved, and Goose might want to join the party with his suited ace. Oh, Goose is going with it. So now RGV Striker is obviously going with his hand. What does the Cajun Asian do? Oh, Cajun Asian's going with it. So is this $1,000? No. No, this is not a. Is it $1,000 pot? Okay, once the Cajun Asian puts his money in, it's going to get close to 1,000. So if Goose gets really lucky here, then he's going to scoop a big pot. But Goose is going to have to hit the 9 twice.
Like way better? You have aces?
So just about 1 hour into tonight's stream, make sure you do hit the like button. It really helps us out.
Go, Peel. Here it is. He's first to show. Fuck that.
Ooh, oh yeah. What is 8?
If you're gonna show, let me see what.
So Goose needing a lot of help. Oh, there's the ace. And the Cajun Asian's going to scoop the pot as he will take the $663 pot. RGV Striker has been eliminated from the table. I don't know if he's going to rebuy, but more importantly, he's been eliminated from the prop bet, as it was only the first buy-in counted. So now, Chubbs, the Cajun Asian, and Goose are still alive for the prop bet they have amongst each other. Chubbs up over 100. Cajun Asian up over 300. Nick just up over 100. And Goose just up under 100. And RGV Striker rebuying.
I didn't have the best hand. Did you already get that? Did you already get that? No, he put the no. I need to double up. That's a straddle? Alright, now do I get to add on and take it or what?
So it looks like somebody taking a little playful joke with the Cajun Asian, as last month on the stream, he folded Ace King versus Jacks on an ace high board. And none of his friends have let him live that down. And Fletcher, one of his friends, saying he's surprised that he called, and he usually folds the best hand. Technically, he did not have the best hand when the money went in. RGV Striker had the best hand with the pocket queens.
Bar is my favorite card in the deck. Favorite.
You be hitting the 10 again. And RGV Striker Oh, it's actually LZ with the bet. Newbie just... So I believe Chubb's winning that $50 because he has a prop bet going between him and seat 4, El Gallo. They each picked a specific card out of the deck. I do not know what El Gallo's card is. Chubb's card is the 10 of diamonds. So they each pick a card out of the deck, and they are paying with cash as no chips come off the table here at the Texas Card House RGV. In a normal casino, there is actually a rake, so chips come off the table. In a normal casino, this is a social club, so no money is taken out of the pot. The players must have a membership. They must be a member. And if they are in the building, there is a charge. So it's $12 an hour. And that is totally separate. Like I said, no money comes out of the pot, so they have this extra side bet between themselves and paying it out by cash.
Oh, but he was short. Yeah, I multiplied it by 3. Is it heads up? Is heads up?
Heads up.
Queen high flop as Chubbs will lead and RGV Striker will call. RGV Striker hitting his king on the turn. That's actually a 3, isn't it? It's a 3. Okay, so there you go. Card reader a little bit off. As you can see, the board was king 10-10 3-3. So the queen and the deuce are not there, but the king, the 10, and the 3 are. It's king 10-10 3. Which leads me to believe when Nick had those pocket 4s earlier on the ace 8-8 board, the card reader did pick up something wrong, as he was really torn with his decision when there was really no decision to be had if he did indeed have pocket 4s. So here's the aggression frequency. Chubb's out in front right now, as he has put out some 3 bets and 4 bets. LZ, who's also put out a lot of 3 bets, is up there. Newbie has had a couple of check raises in his range, and he's up there as well. It's going to be a $7 button straddle. Action will start to the left of the button. RGV Striker with the flat tire. That's what you use a jack for.
100%. I said the Super Bowl squares were in play. 100% you'd have king 10.
Look, guys, I'm just trolling because I just want to see the other board or not. I'm guessing you did. Nah, you have to have 2 cards. Oh, so you have that next.
Mike making the call from the big blind. Nick at Nick.M24 also coming along. Goose with the king 8. El Gallo with the 7s just calls the 7. I think he thought it was a sign. He has 7s and the straddle was the 7, but turns out it was not a sign, as he does not hit his 7, and it is Mike hitting his queen.
Check the printing cameras.
Open-ended straight draw for at Nick.M24. Needing an 8 or a king for a straight. Mike has a king in his hand. which is going to take away some of his outs. LZ making the call with bottom pair.
Did you see last time, like, whenever they would try to show the stats, there was no number. Oh, really?
Action on Mike again. This time he does slow down, thinking somebody has an ace, but that is not the case. And there is the ace again. Flush draw, get in there on the river. But Mike knows nobody has an ace, and it looks like he's going to lead just under half pot. $106 in the pot, and he's betting 42, 52. And LZ thinking about making a hero call here. He asked newbie earlier if he could beat a certain hand, and he's asking Mike if he could beat Jack 10. So LZ put in Mike on Jack 10, put him on a missed straight draw, but it was actually Nick who had the missed straight draw. So LZ did not think Mike would bet without an ace or without the flush. So we have Chubbs and the Cajun Asian both up over $300. We only have 3 people in the red. Newbie climbing himself out of the hole, as he did have to rebuy. So Ash Cash getting traded out with, not sure who the dealer is.
So what happened? You're out? How's that?
Yeah, he's done. That race to the race? The race?
No, you're out. The stipulations were first line.
All right, so dealer change.
Everybody, I want to say thank you guys for
Entering our second hour. And it is Jeremiah in the box.
100% knew, that's why I said
$5 that Jerry was going to thank everybody for coming.
100% knew that was a prop bet. Your turn.
You thought no?
Oh, that's
He's never done it.
All the time.
Also, you're always done.
all the time.
All the time.
Ace Queen for the Cajun Asian, only limping.
One close. I knew that what you were doing, and that's why I did it. Like,
No, you do it all the time.
I do it all the time. But I did it a little bit louder because I knew you were prop betting. Yeah. All I did was the $5.
Hey,
So Nick makes the call with the 7-6.
4 raises it to 18.
El Gallo raising it with the Queen Jack.
that was the quickest $10 I've seen you lose. You knew that was coming.
The back race coming from the Cajun Asian. Is the back race coming? The limp race. Gonna have to be on the big side. Probably about 75, 80. No, he's just making the call here. So 5 ways to the flop, $93 in the middle. The ace queen right now, the best hand, but it is disguised. And he's gonna hit an ace right on the flop. Gut shot straight draw for El Gallo, your pre-flop aggressor. And second pair for Mike. Ace queen still being tricky. Deuce coming on the turn. Cajun Asian still checking. Really wants somebody to bet, but sometimes you got to bet your own hand. And somebody does finally put out a bet. LZ, pretty big bet here. $93 in the middle. And he's betting basically a pot-sized bet. Cajun Asian has really underrepresented his hand. He does have the queen of clubs in his hand. There are 2 clubs on the board. And he might fold here. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, LZ's gonna show it.
If you folded an ace there, partner, shut up. You folded an ace like 6. Oh my god.
I'm gonna be so embarrassed about this hand.
Oh my god. What time is it? 7:05. An hour and a half, or an hour and 5 minutes.
Lock down.
Wow. Or leave it to Dre to fold like top pair, ace jack. Ace jack.
Better.
It doesn't even matter. There's a king on there.
Ace.
Against me.
He said he folded an ace.
I know, but it doesn't matter what kicker he has. There's a king up there.
Against Leo, I'm just. Because I'm common there.
Watch him
Yeah,
have
it's
it.
like-
Yeah, great. He would have won the bet already. He stacks you. He wins the bet.
Or if he had
King 10 of hearts for the Cajun Asian. Just played the queen, ace queen very slow. And he's starting off slow once again with the king, queen of hearts as Goose will raise it up with the suited connectors, and El Gallo with the aces just calling. So El Gallo is not part of this side bet. He's just being very tricky with these aces.
Dre's Instagram, watch me fold the nuts again, like the way you did last time.
Cajun Asian not going anywhere as we are going 5 ways to a flop. And he's going to hit top pair, but it's not going to be good. RGV Striker also hitting top pair. And Goose with a monster flop, flopping a pair and a flush draw. El Gallo with the ace of clubs, going to be putting in a small raise here. Something for everybody on this flop, kind of crazy. 5 ways to the flop, and everybody hit something. Top pair for the Cajun Asian. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Bottom pair for Goose. Good fold there from RGV Striker. Mike also with the fold. And Cajun Asian just folded top pair the previous hand, and will fold top pair again. This time he's right, though. This time he's right. So Goose looking for a 7, a 4, or a club. Mike would have got there with the 8, so a good raise from El Gallo on the flop. And now they're going to slow down, so Goose going to get a chance to see his club. Nobody home. El Gallo has to put out a small bet here. 209 in the pot. Like 50. 125, and Goose snap calls him, and he's going to be shocked when he sees the aces. So a very nice line that El Gallo took post-flop as he raised Goose a small amount, check the turn, and then bets big on the river, making it look like a bluff. Goose thought it was a bluff.
So what if nobody hits 1,000? There's no problem.
All right, here's the went to showdown, and Goose leading the way as he just went to showdown right now. Over half the time, he has gone to the river and either called a bet or checked it down. Cajun Asian is at 0%, has not gone to showdown once. That actually isn't true because they had a 3-way all-in. Had a 3-way all-in, so they went to showdown there, so software not picking up something correctly there. Goose with the double straddle, $6 from under the gun, and then he will double straddle to 12. El Gallo raising it up to 40, and he gets a call from the next 2 players to his left.
Mr. Striker, Mr. Striker.
With the jack and then
Goose with the 9-5, closing the action, making the call. 4 ways to the flop we go of $170. Best hand right now is queen high.
All right, we got 4 plays to the flop.
Get up, Collins.
And Goose is going to hit bottom pair. Straight draws for El Gallo and LZ. Ace coming on the turn. Goose checking again. Does RGV Striker take a shot here? He has 7 high. He does check. And he's going to hit a 7 here, as it's probably going to go check through again. I could see LZ would be the only player I could see bluffing at this. But he has been caught tonight. And the 9-5 of Goose is going to take the pot down. The Dolly Parton treating Goose good.
Always criticize him, but when you criticize him, shut up.
Get the gloves.
That was one thing I used because it's a
Race first in. LZ tops so far. Chubb's not far behind. RGV Striker in a quarter of the time, so 1/4 of the hands he plays, he is the first one raising. Once again, it is raise first in. So if a player 3 bets or 4 bets, doesn't count in this category. It's just raise first in. Goose put on the double straddle last hand, so he's going to put on the single straddle here.
Take the over slightly. I'll be at 600 after this hand.
And LZ raising it up with the K9. RGV Striker calling with the worst 9. Mike calling with the worst king. And Yubi calling with the best hand. Goose getting lucky last time. Gonna try to get lucky again.
5 plays so far.
6 high flop. RGV Striker gonna put out a small bet. $15 into 104. And Mike, with his pair of 3s, is gonna raise it. Newbie just making the call. Has a gut shot along with a pair of 5s. RGV Striker immediately folds. We do appreciate that. So Goose looking for a 4, a king, or some clubs. And there's the 4. So Goose getting lucky once again. And Mike continuing on here. Newbie has to think that he's good, as he has 2 5s in his hand. So the likelihood of anybody else having a 5 is very small. And does Goose just check raise here? Goose should probably just be putting it all in. And that's exactly what he does. You can see $251 in the stack, $369 pot, under a pot size raise, and he's just going with it. And as I said, Newbie really doesn't think anybody else has a 5 since he has 2 in his hand. I thought Goose would need to get really lucky, and yes, he likes it. So the dash TA, me gusta, like I said, it basically translates to I like it. And UB will make the call, and we will have a chop pot.
Oh, quarter time. Quarter time.
2 straights.
So this pot will be chopped. And as the dealer takes care of that, we will remind you about our $20 tournament that we have here every Friday and every Sunday at the Texas Card House. Very, very fun tournament. $20 to enter. 20K starting stack, 20-minute levels. Also, right now, we do have high hands going on. Progressive high hands every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Texas Card House RGV. $100 with rollovers. 3 different qualifying periods. Aces full of 10s to qualify. That is important because you do need both hands to qualify. You both need both cards to qualify, excuse me. You do need both cards to qualify. And normally it rolls over. So usually at least once during the day, the progressive high hand will get past 500, sometimes even to $1,000. Progressive high hands every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Texas Card House RGV. Doors open at 9 a.m. every day. Doors open at 9 a.m. every day. And there is a button straddle, $6 button straddle coming from the Cajun Asian. So action will be on at nick.m24. The action does start to the left of the straddle. Oh, Jacks. Jacks for Nick, and kind of an awkward position as he is first stacked with the straddle, so he just makes the call. And looks like Goose is going to try to win 3 straight hands, and he's going to put in the raise here. And we should be seeing the 3-bet coming from Nick here. Should be at least 120. You can see it's a $20 raise, and how many people have caught the $20 raise? So should be at least 120, maybe somewhere between 120 and 150. Ooh, it's only 90. It's kind of funny. It might work just because nobody really has much to call him with, but we can see Goose makes the call, and I don't think Goose has 8-6. I think maybe the card reader picked up something wrong. I know during Friday's stream, the reader on that particular seat, seat 3, was having some issues. And I could see Goose raising it with the 8-6 offsuit. Calling a 3-bet. I don't think he is, but hopefully we'll go down to... Hopefully the hand goes to showdown and we'll find out for sure. But right now we have Jack 10 versus 8-6. And Goose is going to hit a pair. Nice flop for the Jacks as he still has an overpair to the board. Another 90. This time it'll be 100. He does have his chips stacked properly, unlike seat 9, the newbie with the $75 stacks. Goose with the 6. Yeah, something definitely read wrong there because the way the hand played out. And he will show the Jacks. But something picking up wrong there. We did see the card reader pick up the flop wrong earlier. And as I said, it's not a huge deal when it happens on the board, but when it's the players' hold cards, we don't know exactly what they have. All right, there's the VPIP. Chubb the lowest, but still in it over 20 at 28%. So over 25%, over a quarter of the hands. Everybody at this table has at least voluntarily put in some money. This means it is not a small blind or not a big blind. So when they have to put in money, they have done it voluntarily. Not a small blind or not a big blind. That's where the VPIP counts. Chubbs with the 4s. Going to be going up to 35. There was a $10 straddle. Cajun Asian with the suited king queen makes the call. LZ, who put out the $10 straddle, has the suited connectors and will be coming along as we have $109 in the pot. Cajun Asian with the best equity right now. Ooh, we're going to see a huge pot here. between Chubbs and the Cajun Asian. Cajun Asian flopping trips, Chubbs with the full house. Now Chubbs puts out the continuation bet. We saw Mike do this earlier when he had trips. And I do like the play because if anybody has a queen, they're going to call you. Or if anybody has a heart, they're going to call you. So Cajun Asian looking for a queen or a king. Let's see how many have been folded. So the action tracker still catching up. But the action is on Chubbs with $229 in the pot. And he's going to be betting 125. Don't see how the Cajun Asian can fold here. You can see the outs. He has 4 live outs. He needs an 8, a king, or a queen, but 4 of them are left. So he's thinking about going all in. But keep in mind, they do have that side bet going. Okay, he just makes the call. He needs a king, a queen, or an 8. There's actually a queen left in the deck here. Oh, he's going to hit the king. The hearts get in there too, which actually Chubbs likes the hearts get in there. And he says all in. He puts the Cajun Asian on a flush draw, and the Cajun snap calls him. And that's going to be a $1,200 pot.
Stop! He's not gonna bet turn with kings. He has showdown.
Well, John wins, so.
So that's going to take him over 1,000. So not only does the Cajun Asian win that huge pot, he wins the side bet with Goose.
Yeah, but you said fuck.
He wins the side pot with Goose,
When you said fuck, you get that
RGV Striker, and worst of all, or best of all, depending on the side that you're on, he wins the extra $100 from Chubbs as well.
Yeah, good job, Drake.
I had an 8. You don't care or no? What do you care?
So huge hand for the Cajun Asian. Trips versus a full house on the flop.
Was there any rules to anything?
And the Cajun Asian hits a bigger boat on the river to take the $1,200 pot from Chubbs. So the table is just verifying that he does have over 1,000, and the reason why is because of the side bet that some of these players had. 4 of these players got together and said, "Hey, we all buy him for 300. First one that gets to 1,000 wins an extra 100."
He's got 8 right there. He's got 250 green. Yeah.
What does he have?
Yes.
I believe it's 1269. So this is a match stack game, and Chubbs will add on for 1,000.
When you see that king, like it's kind of there's like a possibility.
Carter, I was not worried in the hand at 1 second. Even to the river.
Even the river?
Even when he said fuck.
That you had it no matter what.
What do you mean, of course?
What else is it calling down there? Queen Jack, Queen Jack, Queen King, flush draw.
I don't think I'm ever going to let go of that.
Not in a character, maybe.
So Mike making the call.
Fine. I could have been betting flush the whole way.
Yes.
I could have rivered a flush.
Cajun Asian with the deuces.
I put you on that hand the whole time. So.
Making the call.
Yeah.
No, I can do it.
Just try to take it.
So everybody limping. And LZ with the ace-king is going to punish the limpers. He's going to make it 16 more.
Fuck is this? Fuck.
I took that long.
No, saying fuck and doing this is a snap call. So not fuck and then.
So Cajun Asian makes the call with the deuces. And Goose coming along with the computer hand. El Gallo with the suited ace also in. And we are 4 ways to a $79 pot.
Get my chip count and everything. How much is it? 10 of diamonds.
God damn, I'm out, dude. I'm out of there. I'm out.
So the 10 of diamonds hidden again. And that's important for the prop bet that the players have. El Gallo flopping 2 pair though.
One of the best trolls. He won't stay stuff for a while, and then like he'll come out and like fucking left field like this.
And LZ really thinks he has the best hand here. And depending on how fast El Gallo, depending on what El Gallo chooses to do here, they might get it all in. This is a very draw-heavy board, as there are flush draws available, straight draws available. And looks like El Gallo is going to raise. And LZ just might respond with a re-raise. There's the re-raise, and as predicted, getting it all in. LZ looking for a king or a 10. King of diamonds for fun? King of diamonds is still live. So LZ wants to see a card bigger than a 5 here to give him some more outs. I believe they're going twice. So he does want to see a card bigger than a 5 gives him some more outs. And that's not it. And that's it right there. He's going to hit a better 2 pair. And they're going to chop it up. So they decided to go twice. They're going to chop up the pot. I'm sure everybody has their preference. My preference is one time. You can only get lucky once. You can only get lucky once. So Chubbs will pass the $50 to El Gallo, and El Gallo will give him $100, as they do have a side bet going. And Chubbs actually owes the Cajun Asian $100 from the side bet, so now he's squared.
Alright, I'm mad at that fucking. No, I'll probably catch you in a little bit. I'm on tour right now because I gave 100. Like I lost you.
Because of this.
And LZ gonna be adding on.
Give me the arrows. Let me decompress.
He never won.
Never mind. No.
No straddle this hand, as action will be on Mike.
Well, I'll take Indiana, whatever the spread is. I'll check it right now.
I don't think we've seen his face tonight. It looks like he has a beard. He's going to be raising with the 8-6.
7. It's going to be Indiana minus like,
King, queen for Chubbs. 8-6 suited. 4-3 suited. And Nick makes the call with the 9-10 as well. Goose got lucky earlier with the 9-5. The queens for El Gallo. Should be going at least 100 here. 70. Action is on Chubbs. Chubbs is thinking that El Gallo might be making a move since he's on the button. He saw Chubbs raise and he got called by everybody to his left. And that's exactly what Chubbs is thinking. Chubbs is thinking that El Gallo's making a move here. Chubbs made 15. The next 4 players to act made the call. So there was a lot of dead money. And usually usually the button will be making a move, but that is not the case here, as El Gallo does have it, has the ladies. Does he put in the 5-bet? If the 5-bet goes in, Chubbs immediately folds. So 4-bet pot here might be a 5-bet pot. So a real small sizing Chubbs is choosing here to get away from his hand just in case if El Gallo has something. El Gallo folds the queen's face up, and Chubbs is going to show. Wow. I mentioned this earlier that it's very rare that somebody 4-bets, especially in a 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, without having a very strong hand. And El Gallo just overthought that there.
You're a G. If I'm under the gun, I'm not gonna put you on. Everybody has George. I understand we have a aces, kings, or ace kings. That's all I'm putting in.
So El Gallo put in Chubbs on aces, kings, or ace-king, but that was not the case. $10 button straddle coming from LZ. And it looks like RGV Striker taking off his sports coat. He's got the special shirt that he had made up. Newbie with the 5s, had him earlier, hit a straight.
You know, people always regret, right? Like, oh, I was not gonna hit that one. And if they go on below for a bar. What is this? My name right there? Is that a J? Does that look like a J? Alright, right there.
And everybody calling the $10.
Right? No? I can believe whatever I want.
And it's gonna come 8 high. So once again, Newbie hitting a straight draw with his 5s. Nick with the flush draw and the overcard. $51 in the pot. Nick's gonna wager 25? 20. Just under half pot. Don't know what Goose's hand is.
Oh, but yeah, let's so we can do the same thing.
Because he's not in the pot. It looked like he was thinking, but it was actually El Gallo. El Gallo calling with the 4. And let's see if this brings along Newbie.
First one tomorrow? No, right now at night. So you can start qualifying at 9. Qualify at 7? No, start qualifying at 9, right?
And Mike making the call with the gut shot.
800. Start qualifying. Anybody want to?
If they were already playing that, I wouldn't have voted my 3.
No, they weren't playing yet.
So we are going 5 ways to a turn. The 8 pairing the board, nobody with the 8. The pocket 5's still out in front. Hard for Nick to bet here again, as he bet with a flush draw, and pretty much everybody at the table called him. But it looks like he is going to bet again.
I'm going to check with that.
Newbie still with his straight draw. Does have a heart to block the flush draw,
You know what? I'll do one with
which might
If you get to 1300, I'll give you 100.
get him to fold, but it looks like he's reaching for chips.
Do the right thing, Jerry.
So Nick needing a king or a heart.
Do the right thing, Jerry.
To jack instead. Nick had an opportunity to bluff earlier on the river, did not pull the trigger, and it would have worked, but he's going to pull the trigger now.
Call it the Cocker Spaniel.
So $100 bet. I like the bet. I don't like the sizing. Newbie might get curious and call him here.
I'm gonna lose all my side bet money on this rack over here with these guys.
You can see Newbie thinking about it. Oh, Newbie's making the call. It's hard to bluff a newbie. And he will show the fives to get the win.
So it's two. It's two. You can check it if you want.
You what?
Yeah.
What was it? No, because I saw you look at it.
It's hard to argue with the comments. It feels good and it's free. I like that.
It's two, but it was a low juice. You might want to take. It might be 1.5 somewhere.
Yeah, you 2 for 2 on calling the hands.
I might use that at a bar later on.
I saw the jack.
Well, flip a coin if it's 1.5 somewhere.
Flip a coin for 1.5. 1.5 for 2. This side or
Texas is two.
Texas is 2.
So no straddle.
I gave Isaac a free roll.
1.5. So 8.5.
I gave Isaac a free roll when he was commenting and go, hey, for every hand, every time you guess, bet sizing on the
Because it was even money.
I'll use $2 plus 100 minus
It
2.
It was plus yeah.
You play with these people all the time.
1.5 seconds. Terrible.
Yeah. So it was the game. It's essentially 8.5. He gets mine pretty good.
So just making sure the button's right, as one of the cards did expose. It was the third card, so normally it is not a misdeal, but since it's a stream table, they decided to bring them back. And the action will be on Newbie, as they're trying to get his chips stacked properly. 7 deuce of hearts for the Cajun Asian, making the raise.
My OCD's kicking in, bro.
Goose making the call with the queen 6. RGV striker also calling with the queen. And Chubbs with the king jack also makes the call. So 5 ways to a flop we go. And another 8 high flop. Mike with the 8, and he's gonna lead out, betting a third of the pot, 25 into 75. Cajun Asian calling him with the pair, bottom pair. And we're going heads up to a turn. Cajun Asian looking for a 7, a deuce, a heart, a 6. And there's the 6 for a straight draw. Mike's going to continue on. Still a small sizing, though. Probably about another third pot size bet. 35. 40, yeah, so bets a third of the pot again. Does the Cajun Asian raise here? No, he just calls. So Cajun Asian looking for a 7, a deuce, a 9, a 3.
Wait, you want to gamble for it? Bam.
And the jack's going to give Mike 2 pair.
Next one, red or black.
You want to? Okay, that's fine. Unless there's 3 people.
Can Mike even see the flop? Can Mike see the board? As he's really hunched over in his seat there.
3 cards, right? So see the 3 words Texas card house. So
And Mike's going to bet exactly half pot.
And then the 2 of clubs would be house. 7 deuce. So you would pick.
I don't think the Cajun Asian can call here.
So it's either you get the right, the middle, or the left on the flop.
He does have a pair, but it is bottom pair.
So just say left,
Oh, so it's high card.
Yeah, he's going to fold.
Lowest card pays the guy. So you get Texas card or house.
Yeah. So right here, card. I mean, house would pay because the deuce of clubs.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's when it says 3 people, but we can do back and red. It was just us. Look, Goose is drinking Jack.
Challenge accepted, Phony Turgeson.
Alright.
I'm in. I'll get card.
I got Texas.
I guess George is getting out.
There's actually a bar here at the Texas Card House for Grand Valley.
That's what they say?
Yeah. Dollar beer. Dollar beer every day. Dollar draft beer.
One winner, it's one loser.
Jerry.
Only 2 players in with a profit. Only 2 players with a profit. The Cajun Asian and Newbie, and that's because Newbie is in for a second buy-in. Everybody else in the red.
Oh, John wants to leave for time.
John wants fucking water on the rock.
No, he wants time. That's what he wants to pay for.
What? I wasn't paying attention.
What are you thinking about time?
No, I didn't know what y'all were doing it for. I was trying to bluff mine. 2 folds, 3 folds.
6-4 of diamonds for El Gallo.
That's my number.
Wait, isn't it more than turn?
Raises at $10 as it was a $10 button straddle. RGV Striker should be putting in the 3-bet, and he does. Looks like it's only 55 though.
So I need
Yeah, it's a bit on the small side.
No, that's my card. Because he fans it. So fanning
Hey, slot machine, Jerry. Come on.
It's my card on the window.
El Gallo's probably going to be calling here as he was the initial raiser, and it's only 35 more to see the flop, and he will. That's going to bring along LZ with his ace rag.
Put a deuce in the window.
So LZ is dominated by the ace king, and El Gallo is dominated by the ace 4. Oh, big flop here.
That's a fucking badass flop for me. I have the ace and I have 7s.
He has this?
I have the ace. Ace is a win. Ace high.
Partner, it's who loses.
What are you talking about? I have
You have a
the
7
ace.
too?
Yes, but the suits come to play.
You 2 are tied.
Yeah.
Alright, check.
How do I lose if I have the ace?
I never said you lost. I said you lost.
I thought you
So does he go check around?
7.
Hold on. Hold on. Yo, I'm not gonna make eye contact with you because I want to explain to William.
Put another 7 on
So
the
LZ going to be betting his
I did it. No, I understand.
ace.
Bro, I've been playing since I'm like 2 years old, bro. I understand suits. I've been playing suits.
I don't know if you know.
As he needs an ace or 7 to chop the pot. He cannot win the pot.
But people, a lot of people like are like 8 off the side.
That was a dream flop for me. I have an ace high board and 7.
7's in the middle.
I'm a 7 on my prop bet. I had the ace partner. Partner. Getting a free jack on the. Ah!
Alright, what am I ordering? Oh, you're drinking? You want a beer or what? Did you want a beer? Or you want a beer and a shot?
So LZ
I'll get you a beer.
No, but I thought we were
worried about the 7.
Yeah, but
because he's drinking.
Let's do a drink.
That's why it was the same thing.
you want a beer and a shot?
I guess I'll go.
We saw him do this earlier against Newbie,
Use that last one.
trying to get a read from his opponent.
A 7 ball on the.
Did the same thing against Mike earlier as well. So he does like to ask the questions at the table. And he can only chop this pot. Needs an ace or 7 to chop the pot.
7?
And he's going to chop the pot.
What do you want to know?
So another chop pot. And while they chop up the pot, we will remind you about the football squares. As we had the Cajun Asian and Chubbs hit one earlier when they made their full houses. So during the week here at the Texas Card House, you can qualify for the Sunday night football squares. As if you make a full house, you get a football square. It is a $1,000 payout every Sunday with a rollover. So this past Sunday, it was $500 for the first 2 quarters and $750 for the last 2 quarters. I know not all of the squares got hit. As a matter of fact, he's played on the stream before. Young Pablo, Walter, was getting ready to win. He won the second quarter and was getting ready to win the third quarter when one of the teams scored a touchdown, but they missed the extra point. And since they missed the extra point, it missed his number. So bad news for him, good news for you, as that money gets rolled over. So it is $250 each quarter with rollovers. And I know not all of the squares got hit last week. So this is good for the Sunday night game, Sunday night football squares here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley.
Fucking cooler and then slow roll.
Double straddle coming from Goose, and Mike just realizing his hoodie is not on. He will put the hoodie back up. I don't know if he has his sunglasses on either, but he's trying to be very incognito.
Not because you can't play. What did a big?
9-7 of clubs making the raise. Chubbs putting on the 3-bet. And Chubbs really not playing his hand as he's playing the position, playing the player. Goose calling. So everybody has the other player dominated. Chubbs with the Jack 9 has the 9-7 of Mike dominated, and Mike has the 7-5 of Goose dominated. And it's going to come Jack high. $160 in the pot. Goose checks. Mike has his sunglasses back on. He will check. And Chubbs will put out a small continuation bet. 70. Goose will muck. Mike should be doing the same. And does.
Mike, what's up with you, Mike?
Hey, Goose, want to hit a 7 or no?
I hit 2 of them on the last board.
The aggression frequency, and you can see Chubbs just put in the 3-bet right now. Put in a 5-bet earlier, and he's leading the way. LZ in second at 26%. So Goose should be putting on the straddle here. He double straddled last hand, and he will straddle this hand. So action will go from a goose to a rooster, as action is on El Gallo. Jack 5 Motown into the muck, LZ. That's his initials. First name starting with an L, last name starting with a Z. RGV Striker, they're not like us. Has the 6s. Comes in for a pretty big raise here. $6 straddle goes all the way up to 33.
I'm the striker. I'm the striker.
So Goose defended his big blind light last time. We'll see if he defends his straddle light once again. And looks like he is. Called last time with the 7-5. This time he has the 9-7. Somehow he has 2 overcards on the pocket 6s, and he's actually statistically favored to win right now. Not anymore, but he does flop a straight draw. Might see a big hand here as we have a straight draw versus bottom set. 2 diamonds on the board. RGV Striker puts out the continuation bet, and we're going to a turn. And now Goose is open-ended. You can see he could hit a king or an 8, and that'll happen 23% of the time. $120 in the pot. RGV Striker thinking of a bet size.
This is the nice but boring picture.
And RGV Striker bet 25 on the flop. Looks like he's going to bet 85. Is that 85 or 90? It's actually 115. Those were 3 green chips. And Goose making the fold. I think one of the reasons why Goose folded is he wasn't sure if his straight was going to be good. RGV Striker could have had ace-king there, the way the hand was played. $6 button straddle. And they will pull back the button straddle because we will have an under the gun straddle followed by a double straddle. So this 1-3 game is actually now 112. So $12 to come in, which means that they should be open into probably about 30. Somewhere between 30 and 40 will probably be the open. Jack deuce for RGV striker. He will make the fold. Mike taking a break. Chubbs gonna make it 35. Said somewhere between 30 and 40. Should be the open. It was 35. Tray 5. Oh, 9-5 for the Cajun Asian. Picking the wrong time to play the suited connectors as Chubbs has his 9 dominated. Goose coming in for the raise. It is a small raise. And LZ, perfect time to get the aces. And you can see him sizing it up. Going from 85 to 215. Chubbs and Cajun Asian will be making the fold. Let's see what Goose does. Goose makes the call. So Goose gonna need to hit a straight or a couple of tens. 7% of the time that'll happen. Oh, Goose gonna hit top pair. That's gonna get him in trouble. He might even check raise here. There's 2 spades on the board. He doesn't have a spade. The down bet from LZ to 75 gets a call from Goose. Jack coming on the turn. That does put an over card to Goose's tens. You can see LZ just has $229 left. Going to be sticking it all in here, as it is a $650 pot. He says all in. Goose snaps, calls him. Goose is going to need a 10 to get really lucky. And they're going to be running it twice. So Goose will have 2 chances to hit the last 10 in the deck. There's 1 10 left in the deck. They're going to be running it twice. So Goose will be left with $155. He needs to hit a 10. There's only 1 left. Hit the like button if you want to see a 10. So twice. There's an 8. And there's a 6. So the aces of LZ will scoop the pot.
Anybody else want food? You guys ready?
So if you still haven't heard about the Trailblazer, it's a brand new tournament series coming to the Texas Card House. So last month, the Poker Atlas Tour made a stop at the Texas Card House. And next month, the brand new Trailblazer series will be making a stop in the newest Texas Card House location, TCH Social in Austin. First stop, October the 16th, $2 million in guarantees. You can visit texascardhouse.com for more information or scan the QR code on your screen.
I know the smaller bags. But if you go into the higher bags, those are bigger bags and they're cheaper.
It worked out because there was like.
Looks like a $10 straddle from the button. Action on Goose. Just lost the last pot, trying to get his chips back. We'll make the call. And looks like El Gallo has a big hand, as he will be raising it up with the ace-10 suited. LZ making the immediate call. Newbie with the suited ace making the call. And Goose pretty much getting priced in. We'll close the action as we are going 4 ways to a flop, $110 in the middle. And it's going to come jack high. Goose flopping the nuts. That's the good news. The bad news is only one other player hit the flop, and that was El Gallo. Let's see if Goose just calls here. He does. Goose set in the trap. El Gallo does not want to hit another 10. Does not want to hit an ace. And that's a 3. Goose checking again, and El Gallo now checking. Oh, and there's the 10. What is Goose going to do here? Oh, Goose checks. El Gallo's going to bet here. 210 in the middle. That's the area code for San Antonio. We are 3 hours south of San Antonio, directly south. And it's going to be a big bet and, of course, a snap call. No reason to raise in Goose's mind because only a full house is calling you.
Yeah, John, what the hell you were looking at the chat?
Fucking really.
We've been so excited.
Fucking the quarter.
Oh, John.
Right when you do your chipping,
I know why.
I was thinking right now, man, you're gonna hate this, but that's every day you lost that. You fucking turn over the straight.
I was hoping the board would have paired, man, but I heard it my favorite because I got a little bit more. But
Yeah.
All right, there's the pre-flop raising on the screen.
If you put 100 on the river or 150, I call it on that raising. I'm just happy to get it.
Keep in mind, this is the secondary channel for the Texas Card House. There are 6 different Texas Card House locations in the state of Texas. 4 locations do stream. We are one of 4 streaming locations. And the reason why there's 2 channels is each location streams at least twice a week. Plus there is a lot of tournaments that go on that also get streamed. So the main channel, TCH Live, you are probably subscribed to this channel if you are watching us. But the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House, 3 different words, you might not be subscribed to that, as we have a lot more subscribers on the main channel, TCH Live. So do us a favor and hit the subscribe button to this secondary channel. As I said, all the locations also stream on this secondary channel.
that teriyaki place is good on 10th and Trenton.
Oh, I can only eat it over there in Vegas. And then they opened one in Austin.
I got it.
And then,
Wasn't that good? No. I got it to DoorDash.
Oh yeah, DoorDash getting it fresh.
Yeah, fresh.
Like serve.
dude, the rice is
What they don't do that sucks is the mixed
10 of diamonds.
noodles and
Yeah, they don't.
10 of that.
noodles and fried rice.
He's out. He said he was.
Oh, RGV Striker hitting a set.
PTSD.
See if LZ hits a spade.
Move earlier, bro.
No, everybody drawing dead now. But LZ's going to take a shot at it.
I'm growing up. I'm making good.
You know what's crazy about that place?
RGV Striker.
We had it in Vegas.
Nobody knew about it.
We asked about it. Me, him, and Atlanta Posse asked like if we could franchise it. They told us no. Then they
And
opened
RGV
up
Striker put it on the raise.
We're like, what the
Oh, I
fuck?
bet the teriyaki place.
Yeah.
So Mike coming back and putting his hoodie up.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to give off any tails.
Remember that shit?
Is that an Angels hat?
I had an ace. What's not for ace and a club actually. So how much would it have been to the franchise?
We didn't ask because they told us no.
Piolo hand of the day also taking place.
Whataburger is 250.
We do have a stream going on Friday. The stream will be on the main channel. It is a 1-2 PLO stream this Friday on TCH Live. And the PLO quads of the day, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is up to 1,000 because that also has rollovers.
I wouldn't fucking pay $100 for
Hey, you know what would fuck? A Sonic at the beach. Volleyball with their fucking shit. A Chick-fil-A, but tell them, hey, open on Sundays. I don't care about your religion. Please. All hardcore.
So RGV Striker had the 10s, hit a set. At Nick.M24 now with the 10s, but he's going to run into the queens of LZ. Queens taking it up to 105. And Nick is probably going to call here. And Cajun Nation very proud of his Derek Carr PSA 9.5 rated card, autographed.
Unders all day. Show me. Yes, you can.
So Nick does make the call, and he's going to need a 10. If an ace or a king or queen also come on the flop, that should save him money. Jack 10, excuse me, Jack 8, and LZ is going to check it over to Nick. And Nick thinks that his 10s are good, so he's going to put out $100. And LZ going to check raise him. Pretty much tells Nick, if you have the jack, well, congratulations, you're getting all my chips. And now Nick is going to realize that his 10s are not good. Will he be able to fold is the question.
I'm kidding, babe. I'm kidding.
Sometimes you get stubborn with hands.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hopefully that is not the case here for at Nick.
I know. I think you can hear him breathe, bro. Like it's weird. 100%.
It looks like Nick is going to believe him. And LZ does show the queens. And that's going to get him out of the hole. He had aces, doubled up with aces, and now gets the queens. Cajun Nation still out in front, over $1,000 in his stack. And we will be changing dealers. So exactly 2 hours into tonight's stream, you can see it is 8:02 as these players started at 6 o'clock. We do know that the stream is scheduled to start at 6, but keep in mind there is a 15-minute delay. There's a 15-minute delay, so I am seeing this live with you. I am in the same building here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley in Edinburgh, Texas. But this action taking place 15 minutes beforehand, and as I said, the reason for that is just to make sure there is no possible colluding involved, make sure that nobody getting signals or anything like that. And we have Ash back to deal her second hour, as there is a $10 button straddle from LZ.
Small blind game, everybody's in? Yes, small blind game. Next hand. If you're a leader, you put $5.
And the players are discussing about starting the small blind game for this second hour. And if they do agree, we'll let you know the breakdown.
I really need to take away this.
And we're going to go heads up. King deuce versus 9 deuce.
That's an 8-ball. Goose. No seas mamón.
King high still out in front. Mike takes a stab at the pot. Gets called. And now the board is double paired. He's going to have to bluff it. And LZ going to call thinking he's chopping the pot, but he's actually winning. Mike announces 2 pair, but it is a 2 pair that is on the board. And LZ will get the win. So let's see if they put any money on that button as part of the small blind game.
Fucking lunch went down like a fucking Chick-fil-A.
So somebody added on 500. I believe it is at nick.m24. And I do not see any chips. And we have El Gallo also added on. So halfway done with the stream. And yes, they are doing the small blind game. So the $5 on top of the button is not a straddle. The $5 on top of the button is not a straddle. It is part of the small blind game. So the way it works is every time you're on the button, you add $5. And the only player that's eligible for the chips on the button is the small blind. So all things being equal, there's a 1 in 9 chance that you're going to win the hand. But all things are not equal because the small blind is actually in the worst position. So it normally builds up, sometimes gets past $100. And as I said, that bonus is just for the small blind. So Mike was in the small blind here. He would have been able to win that extra $5, but he folded. So now next hand, he will add $5 to the button, and the next small blind will be eligible. So it's going to be Chubb's next hand who's eligible.
These are those cannon over here. Mr. fucking Dorito Cheeto fucking.
Hey, check got money to Cheeto. Chester to you, sir. Mr. Chester, please. Is it? Chester cheese? Chester Cheeto. Oh, that's you. Cheeto. 7.
It's going to be a jack high flop. RGV striker hidden top pair, goose hidden middle pair, and LZ leading at the pot, 75. So RGV striker here with top pair, backdoor straight draw as well. Will make the call. Goose with middle pair. Does slows the action, but I don't think he can call out of position here. And he disagrees with me. So Goose looking for a 8 or a 7. And it's going to be a 3, which is going to give LZ a straight draw now. As he bet with ace high, and now he picks up a straight draw. So he will check it over to RGV striker. $400 in the pot, $450 in RGV striker stack. He needs to bet at least half pot if he's going to wager here. And he's going to bet just under half pot. Looks like 180. Basically put it in half his stack, so real strong move here by RGV striker. But Goose does not believe him, as he is cutting out chips to call. He does have LZ to worry about, but he still makes the call. And now LZ pretty much bet the flop with nothing and now has some outs. But he will make the fold. So Goose needed a 7 or an 8 to come from behind. Oh, and it's going to come a jack, which is actually a terrible card for him. So now he might think that his 8 is good. Excuse me, that his 7 is good, as it's less likely that his opponent has a jack. So he might have his opponent like on 9-10 of hearts here if he makes the call. So you can see the pot is 759. RGV striker with 278 in the middle. A little worried about his kicker. but I think he's going to go with it. And I think he might get called if he goes with it. No, he just bets 100. And Goose Snap calls him. Right? That red chip is a call? No, the red chip's not a call. Sorry. This move actually seems stronger than just going all in. But Goose does make the call. Like I said, the jack was actually a bad card for him, as the chances that RGV Striker had a jack was less now that 2 were on the board, but that's exactly what RGV Striker had. So RGV Striker picking the perfect size to get called on the river. Almost $1,000 pot there. And you can see Mike is adding $5 to the button, which is part of the small blind game. If the button's going to straddle, the straddle will be in front of the button. But that $5 is now part of the small blind game. Not to be results oriented, but I thought that Goose should have folded on the flop when LZ let up for 75 and RGV Striker called him. Of course, if Goose would have got lucky, then the story would have been different. So the 10 on top of the button, they're just reminding the players, the 10 on top of the button is part of the small blind game. Ace Jack for El Gallo. Trying to figure out how much to raise it. And he announces the triple 13. That's going to be 39. Ace 3 of diamonds for the Cajun Asian. He suited. And it's probably going to be enough to bring him along, and it does. Goose calling with the 9-7, just got in trouble with the 8-7. See if he has better luck with the 9-7. And Mike with the 10s actually has the best hand right now. We saw Mike flat with ace-king earlier on the button, and this time he flats with 10s on the button. King coming on the board. It's not going to slow down El Gallo, your pre-flop raiser. LZ with the open-ender, snap call. And Mike got away with the ace-king earlier. And will probably get away from the 10s now as somebody called El Gallo's bet. Yeah. Bottom pair for the Cajun Asian. He makes the call. And we're going to a turn. 7 of hearts. It's going to be a king. It's going to make the Cajun Asian feel better about his bottom pair. As we just saw in the previous hand, it makes it less likely for somebody to have that card once the board pairs. That doesn't mean that they don't have it. It just means that it's less likely. So El Gallo, pre-flop raiser. Continuation bet on the flop, but he got called 2 ways. It's going to be hard for him to pull the trigger again, but he's going to do just that, it looks like, as he is reaching for the greens. The green chip's worth $25 each. And he announces 175. LZ trying to figure out what's going on. And as I said, some of these players had special shirts made for tonight's stream. And we saw RGV Strikers in the background. Cajun Asian thinks something is up. The question is, can he make the call? The answer is no.
I wish you would have.
All right, so the small blind game is up to $15. Cajun Asian very proud of the card, as I'm sure he was very proud of the start for the Saints season. Everybody's surprised about the Saints' start to the season, and I actually saw them play their last preseason game in the Superdome. They played the Tennessee Titans. And I am surprised, just like everybody, as well, with the Saints start. I think the people that are surprised the most are all the Cowboy fans.
Oh, funny, 90 diamonds. Is that enough confidence to start again or no?
9 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
So queen high flop coming. $120 in the pot, and it's going to go check around. Suicide King on the turn. That's the King of Hearts, has a sword. And if you look closely, it looks like the sword is going through his head, known as the Suicide King. The only king without a mustache. LZ with his bottom pair. Everybody check the flop. Doesn't think anybody has a king or a queen, and he's right. So newbie will add $5 to the button, so that should be up to $20 now. And that bonus is only eligible for the small blind. So if seat 1, the Cajun Asian, wins this hand, he's going to win a $20 bonus. If not, then he's going to be button next hand, and he's going to add $5 to the pot. So there is a straddle under the gun, and it's going to be a double straddle. How about a triple? The re-straddle. Oh, quadruple straddle. RGV Striker putting on 48. The re-straddle, the re-re. 4 straddles, $48 to go in this 1-3 game. All the straddles are live. Keep in mind, all the straddles are not live. I know sometimes when you're playing in the casinos in Vegas, they just allow 1 straddle under the gun, no double straddles. But here at the Texas Card House, you can straddle up to half your stack under the gun, and we saw it happen last Friday as Easy Cheese straddled half his stack under the gun. Goose with the queen 6. Wants to play it, but not for 48. El Gallo with the Chad Johnson, 8-5. Oh, he must be a Chad Johnson fan as he makes the call. LZ is halfway in. He put on the double straddle, the triple straddle, so he needs another 24 to complete. And now RGV Striker with the Jack 3 will check his options. So 3 ways to $154 pot we go. Queen high flop, and it's going to go check around. King on the turn, that's going to give RGV Striker an open-ended draw. And El Gallo is going to need an 8 or a 5, but only 3 or left. Is RGV Striker folding here? He has open-ended. Ooh, he makes the fold.
No.
Show it. Show it. No, he doesn't show it.
Oh, no bluff. You didn't show card.
8-5 with a bluff.
So he didn't show, but he is telling the table he had 8-5, and he's actually telling the truth. And the Cajun Nation will add another $5 to the button. So now, small blind game up to $25. Once again, that is only eligible for the small blind. Only one player can win that bonus this hand. And you can see them changing out the red chips, putting one green chip on the top. And we have a regular straddle, a double straddle, and a triple straddle? No. So RGV Striker put on the triple straddle last time, but this time he does not. There's the V-pip. 66% of the time, LZ has voluntarily put money in the pot, so basically 2/3 of the time, according to my public education math.
Hey, all the bros in the chat right now. Oh my God, he's so rich. If he can quadruple straddle, imagine he can pay for all my tax. Whenever girls want to have money with you,
Right, take the cards at the same time.
you know how to go out tax and not.
He was a big baller for club, boys. See me in the club.
So the Cajun Nation with a fan in the chat. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms, Facebook, Twitch, and others, but we are live on the YouTube chat.
Just messing with the universe, the auger of the matrix. I had to take a swig to kind of flip that shit.
We get a 7 on the board one time.
I feel like that was a bit
I've hit it once and you tied, right?
Or I've never gotten paid. Oh, baby.
9 high flop. El Gallo with the best hand pre-flop. El Gallo still with the best hand. LZ flopping a straight draw. Gut shot needs a 6. We'll bet out 55. And
Oh, Caitlin.
looks like Mike is going to call with the same hand. Mike can actually hit a flush if he goes runner. Ooh, El Gallo raising here. Doesn't feel like anybody has much as he takes his middle pair here and raises it up to 205. And that's probably going to clear it out here. I think the main thing here is El Gallo thinking that Mike was weak. And he puts on the raise. It gets an immediate fold from Mike. Let's see if he shows. Did not show last time, does not show again. And Nick will add $5 to the button. So that is up to a $30 bonus that only the small blind is eligible for. Raise first in. You be in at less than 10%. Everybody in over 10%.
He wasn't admiring himself over there. What was he doing? He was taking a break and he saw a hand that was, I guess, that had to do. And he's just like this.
What a fish.
So RGV Striker not at its seat. We do have a $10 under the gun straddle. And Mike gonna be raising. Looks like 27. 32.
You show them that you can fold queens, and then all of a sudden it opens up every situation that's out there, right?
So El Gallo, no, excuse me, it was a goose that was eligible for the bonus. So El Gallo will be eligible next hand. LZ gonna be defending with a worse king.
You said 9 o'clock.
No, I'm talking about for the.
Jack high flop. Check, check. Gut shot for Mike. And he's going to hit that gut shot. He also has the king of clubs to go with it, just in case his opponent has clubs for some reason. He'll put out a small bet, immediate fold from LZ, and we will move on to the next hand.
Vivas, big blind. Vivas, big blind.
Went to showdown on your screen. So if you want to play on the stream, you can send us an email at rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. Once again, that's rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. You can also sign up through the Poker Atlas. You can sign up through Poker Atlas as well. That's probably the easiest, fastest way of doing it. Oh, RGV Striker missing his straddle and picks up kings. Comes in for a $25 raise. Mike calling with the suited jack. And El Gallo might call light because there's 35 out there on the bonus. Cajun Asian calling with the 10-5. Let's see what El Gallo has. There's $35 bonus eligible for him. No, he's going to fold. And we're going 4 ways to the flop. RGV Striker way out in front right now with his 2 kings.
I have not won one better bet today.
Oh, God, George.
El Gallo would a flop a full house if he stuck around, but he folded his ace-8. And now Mike with a small bet here, only a $20 bet into a $100 pod. RGV Striker's calling for sure.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Queen coming on the turn. RGV Striker pretty much going into check call mode. It's going to go check, check. And now RGV Striker hoping his opponent has an ace. This would have been a huge cooler if El Gallo would have called his small blind, because he would have flopped the nuts, the ace-8, and Striker would have made a full house. So Striker's never folding. He's thinking about raising.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Here comes the raise. A very messy raise. Mike has nothing to call him with, so he should be folding pretty quickly here. Mike knew he could not win the hand with Jack high. So I do understand the bluff. And RGV Striker showing the kings. And El Gallo letting the table know he had ace-8. And RGV Striker is going to get a football square. RGV Striker is going to get a football square.
I'm taking you out of the river, bro, and then you're gonna think I have like an 8-jack or something.
So El Gallo adding $5 to the button. That should be up to 35 or 40. There's the $5. Now it's up to 40.
Yeah, I forgot what we were doing here, bro.
So Queen 10 of hearts for Mike. Raises it up right away. Cajun Asian with the better queen makes the call. Goose with the ace comes along, and El Gallo with the better ace makes the raise. Should be at least 75. I think it's going to be 80. Making it 80 to go. Mike just losing the last hand and getting a little short on chips. Just makes the call. He's in pretty bad shape here. As you can see, the Cajun Asian folding a queen. Now Goose feels like he's getting priced in. He's closing the action. But his ace is The 6 is not good enough to make the call. And we will go heads up to the flop.
Oh, 7 one time for the good guys.
I'm guessing Mike has some green chips or black chip. It's showing he has 105. It's showing he has 105, but that does not look like 105 that he did push forward. And looks like ace high is going to win. Goose would have won this hand if he stuck around. So Mike is coming back. LZ will add $5 to the button as part of the small blind game, as Mike takes care of his rebuy. Raise first in, LZ and Chubbs on top.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Mike, how much? 1,000? Yeah, 1,000.
So Mike is back in. He is in the big blind, and he's bringing 2 racks of red. Actually, 1 rack of red and 1 stack of green.
I owe a round.
Either way, it's 1,000.
Right? Did I really lose again? I told you I haven't won again.
And now the small blind game is up to 45.
And the 2
So action is going to be under the gun on Chubbs. The chips on top of the button are not a straddle. They're part of the small blind game. Chubbs with the suited ace is just going to limp. Newbie does the same with his pocket 8s. King Queen for @nick.m24. And he's going to raise it up to 20. Ace Queen for El Gallo. He's going up to 100. LZ has the button and is thinking about calling in position here. He does just that. So if he gets heads up with El Gallo here, it's going to be about 60-40.
Yes. I'll take what I have. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Looks like he's not going to get heads up, as @nick.m24 are going to call, and I think this is going to price in Goose. Duck, duck, Goose. We are going 4 ways to a $410 pot. Nobody with a pair in their hand. And everybody with a pair on the board. Goose flopping a flush draw. And he announces all in. This should work. So basically a pot-sized bet here. As there was $410 in the pot, he goes all in for $423. He has 2 overcards and a heart draw, and you can see he has the best equity right now. So nice play by Goose, as he does show his heart draw. Cards on the table, and we're both showing hearts. All right, so it looks like it's up to 50 for the small blind game. RGV Striker adding $5. So now Mike is eligible for this $50 bonus.
Yeah, not versus 2 more guys. Trust me, I'm thinking of calling it. What else does he have? Trust me, I'm thinking of fucking.
So newbie with the fold.
What about my feet?
Oh shit.
Oh, Mr. Striker's back.
Mister.
Well, they put the fan right at the back. Or until they thought you were on too. I needed that in the first
5-3 of hearts for the Cajun Asian. He raises it up. He's going to get called by the fours and the deuces. And ace queen once again for El Gallo. Last time he made it 100. This time he makes it 75. RGV striker calling with 4 high.
That's some information that you can flip them in there.
Yeah.
Fuck you in your ass.
What?
Cajun Asian not going to be able to call.
Ask you to hear me, right? Ask you to hear me.
And with the 1,000
Nick and Goose with the pocket pair will make the call. RGV striker needs a lot of help, but keep in mind he does have the button. So that's going to help him maneuver a little better.
He's gonna die in jail.
He's gonna list a bunch of these.
And he's going to hit a 3.
They're gonna do a Epstein or
El Gallo raise it up to 75, makes it 85. So about a quarter of the pot, about a 30% stack. And RGV striker.
He's afraid that he's gonna get poisoned.
RGV striker with the 3 actually has the best hand. Jack of hearts. Don't know if it's going to freeze the action, but it did temporarily freeze the stream.
Talking about Diddy just getting fucked. I'm getting fucked too.
without baby oil.
Without.
So just under $500 in the pot. Both these players with over 1,000 in their stacks. Action is on El Gallo. If that was a jack of clubs, he probably would fire again. Now he's trying to figure out if he should bluff.
The baby oil was laced with something. Laced with something? Yeah, like there's this, they compared it to somebody that would try to do the same thing. And that, like who has
So he's trying to figure out on whether or not to bluff. And he's going to put out 250.
Did you see that video that he put up
so
with
that,
Justin
the
Bieber?
FBI or the feds or whatever that they're saying that
So betting
it's just baby oil
just over half pot.
and like later on.
But his freaking lawyer is saying like he
An RGV striker with bottom pair, the best hand right now. You can see if he calls, he's going to win over 80% of the time.
But did you see that video?
Obviously, he does not know this information.
He was like, I'm not his legal guardian, but he's gonna be with me for the next
I've
48
seen a
hours.
lot of the videos.
That's fucking crazy.
I kind of want to see him call just to see what El Gallo does on the river.
Everyone's all hype on LeBron James.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to call, but...
Also, so if he
Oh, he's going to call.
involved with all this shit,
So what does El Gallo do on the river here? Does he empty out the clip or does he give up? If he hits an ace or a queen, it's going to be kind of sad.
They had 5-0.
We get a
Oh, striker makes trips. Striker's going nowhere. And does El Gallo empty the clip? Has about a pot-sized bet left. Double checking his cards. The flush did get there. And he's thinking about representing that flush. 250, and he's going to get snap called by striker. There's a snap call. And striker's going to show him. Let's see if he mucks. Is he going to muck? Is he going to show? Striker wants to see his hand. Striker called him. Striker gets to see his hand. Show or muck are his options. And he's going to show, and striker's going to show the 3.
Why? Each school's a 3? Get what?
So huge pot for RGV striker El Gallo. Going for it on the river, but getting the worst card to get his bluff through as the river gave his opponent trips. And El Gallo going to be adding on, and we are up to $55 in the small blind game. As I said, it does build up pretty quick because the chances of the small blind winning a pot, any random pot, is the smallest from all the players. Based upon the position, they're going to be on the worst position.
I think the optimal player there was all in. It doesn't matter. The optimal plays all in. It's not too good. In my opinion.
King Queen for Goose. He's going to be
What happens when you show people shit and they go look
raising to 20. El Gallo just taking the hit.
when he doesn't even have a heart to play like that every fucking time he plays.
3-bet coming from LZ. RGV Striker winning the last spot.
I didn't even say that. I did
We'll
not
be
say
calling
that.
the 3-bet with the ace queen.
No, I fucked myself because the guy went and looked at some of my hands and the.
G style?
Here, I'm gonna put it on.
No, somebody else. I think you want that. I don't remember what this. I didn't see how much you want by, but I think they only want by like 6.
So third time we see this tonight where every player has the other one dominated. The ace queen. Well, actually, the ace queen has both the ace deuce and the king queen dominated. And the queen is going to come. So Goose is going to be losing some chips here as he will bet a fourth of the pot. LZ, the initial raiser, will make the fold. RGV Striker makes the call, and we're going to a turn of just under $300. 10 coming on the turn. That's going to give some outs to Goose, as a jack will now make a straight for him. And now RGV Striker leads. So Goose needing a jack or a king. And it's going to be a tray. The diamonds did miss. So Goose is going to be calling any reasonable bet here. I think he calls up to 200. I don't think RGV Striker's betting 200, but he's calling up to 200. That is my prediction. It's a $95 bet. I don't think Goose is thinking about folding. I think he's thinking about raising. Too strong of a hand to fold, in my opinion. And there's the call. RGV Striker announcing queen. And Goose feeling good because he did have the second best kicker. RGV Striker had the best kicker, though. So another $10 added to the button. So that's up to $60, I believe. We can see the winners tonight. RGV Striker with the comeback out of nowhere. He's up over $1,500. Cajun Asian still up 2 buy-ins. And UB, he has exactly 777 in his stack. Everybody else in the red. So $60 on the button as part of the small blind game. There will be a $15 raise under the gun. El Gallo calling with the suited king. RGV Striker with the suited ace makes the call. Mike taking his seat, making the fold. Chubbs in with the 4-5. And UB in with the king 9. Keep in mind, UB is eligible, the only player eligible for the small blind game bonus of $60. And it's going to come a queen high flop as your pre-flop raiser at nick.m24 is going to flop 2 pair. Should we bet in 2 green chips? No, he checks. 2 spades on the board, nobody with spades. UB with a gut shot straight draw needs a jack for that straight. Everybody else drawn pretty thin. And Gallo feels like he's drawn dead, and he's pretty much right. So he's going to just fold his hand with no action pending. UB hitting bottom pair now, so that's going to give him some more outs. And now Nick bets his hand. Don't see how newbie can fold here, especially with the $60 bonus on the button. And it's only $25, so he should be making the call. You can see his outs on the top. Spade gets there.
Did I already buy that Grande?
I don't think he's going to represent the spades, but if he did, it would work.
Oh, the river! I need it.
And Nick will show him the best hand. So the bonus is still good. You can see the Cajun Asian making sure the bonus is still good because now he's eligible, and now it is up to $65 as part of the small blind game. So his range here out of the small blind should be pretty wide, as we will have an under the gun straddle. Goose put it on 6, and El Gallo put it on 12. LZ put it on the 24. RGV Striker 48, he did it earlier. He's up over $1,000. No, he's not going to do it.
I just like talking.
Ace King for Chubbs. And he's sizing it up here. It is $24 to go with the triple straddle, so he's basically raising 100 on top, 120 total. I'm not sure if El Gallo saw the raise, but they are letting him know, and he did not see the raise. So he cannot take his 12 back. The 12 stays. It's either surrender the 12 or surrender your cards. Those are his only two options. He will surrender the 12, as does LZ. And Chubbs will win $46 there with the Ace King.
Optimization mode. Optimus Prime.
And you can see how much is on top of there now. Looks like 70. It's either 65 or 70 as part of the small blind game. And LZ already put it on the double straddle, but El Gallo needs to put on his straddle first. And El Gallo missed clicking last hand, essentially giving away $12. I think he's done straddling.
And I had no pair.
And they are seeing exactly how much is on there, and it is 70.
I already knew what he had.
So $70 bonus, only eligible for the small blind. That's going to be seat 2. El Gallo with the 7-4 should be folding.
I had to still bet it. I had to still bet it.
The optimal play was to go all in.
For him? For you? No. Why? He's got a couple of hairs on his butt.
King 8 of spades for LZ. He raises it up to 13. Oh, Mike's put it on the hood. Ace 9 of diamonds makes the call. Chubbs with the Ace King again. Did he give his cards back or he just kept them? Uh-oh. Newbie has to 4-bet here. He has to. It's going to be 150. It looks like 2 stacks. And Chubbs is going to have to call this, I think. Nick does not like this because he knows he's not going to win the bonus. I don't think Chubbs is putting in the 5-bet. Keep in mind, this is a 4-bet from Newbie. Normally in the 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, 2-5 stakes as we're playing. Anything 2-5 and below, a 4-bet is, they basically always have it. Oh, is Chubbs folding here? Trying to get a read from Newbie. I think if he's in position, he's already flicking in the call, but he's going to be out of position, so he lets the hand go. So nice fold by Chubbs there. Newbie going to show it as he normally does. And Chubbs announced it to the table. We had Ace King. So, nice read, nice play by Chubbs. If this was a tournament, then the hand would have played out different, but ace-king more of a tournament hand. Cash game hand, it's okay not to go crazy with ace-king, as we saw right there. Chubb's not going crazy with it and only losing 50. So I believe we're up to 75 on the button. Mike with the king queen making it 21, and Chubbs 3-betting once again. Third straight time he's 3-bet. Last 2 times he's had it. This time he has a pretty hand, the 7-8. I'll check Goose out here. He's going after that $75 bonus. And normally his cards should be live. Normally the 8-5 would be live against the 3-better. But Chubb's getting a little cute here with the 7-8. And that does not bode well for Goose, as his 8-5 is in terrible shape. Chubb's flopping open-ended. No reason for him to stop, as he was the pre-flop raiser. And Chubb's going to be calling here, but if a jack comes, it'll actually give Mike a bigger straight. So Chubbs thinks that his jack is live, but it is not. And there's an ace, which might save Chubbs money, or he might represent it. What is he going to do? This is actually a good card for Chubbs to bluff, as he was your 3-better. And that's exactly what he's doing. It's a good card for him to represent, and represent he does. Same gut shot for Mike, as the jack would still make him a straight, and Chubbs will take it down with some well-timed aggression. So the VPIP, LZ out in front, Mike above 50%, Goose just under 50%, and the lowest on the totem pole is going to be Newbie, but he's in at 30%, so still a very nice, respectable amount. And we're up to $80 on the small blind game. We have a $12 under the gun straddle. So $12 under the gun straddle from RGV Striker.
I think you're playing very often. That's a big word, bro. That's a big word.
Georgie knows he can fuck with me because he knows that I can be closer.
Cajun Asian now getting a little tricky with the King 8, raising it up. But Goose is going to be calling him in position with the better king.
He gives it and he can take it too.
El Gallo with the 7-8. Chubb's just winning with it last hand, and he will try to win with it this hand. As we go 4 ways to a flop, and it's going to come King 8. So the Cajun Asian, your pre-flop raiser, flop in top and bottom. 1, 2, 3 is the size of the pot, and he should be betting about 60.
Right now, minus 1.
Looks like 70.
For that.
75.
Before the, I don't know what the live video. You know what,
Rainbow board.
maybe next time out we can do it.
Oh, nice fold by Goose. Bottom pair for El Gallo, and he is in very bad shape here. He needs to hit a diamond, does not want to hit an 8 or a 7. Needs to hit a diamond to have any hope, and that happens 2% of the time. He needs to go runner, runner, diamond, diamond to win this pot. 2% of the time it happens. Is this that 2%? Nope.
Where did you find the deal? You got to look for that, or you knew that?
So 9 coming on the turn might slow down the action as Jack 10 gets there. Pretty big bet from the Cajun Nation on the flop.
Hey, you got too much Chris, bro?
Even though 17
And he's going to bet $3.
mango tea.
The
So obviously, he's getting a call.
I'm either gonna raise you and then you fucking shove it, or you give me 2 things.
6 of diamonds coming on the river. El Gallo checks. Cajun Asian, how much does he bet? Bet 75 on the flop. He bet $3 on the turn. The least he could bet is $3. $279 in the pot. Maybe 100. He's either betting 100 or he's checking. El Gallo is talking to him, hoping that he checks. And he's betting 65, and he will get a fold. So very interesting betting lines from the Cajun Nation. As we have about an hour left in our stream, we have just over an hour as Ash Cash is still dealing. And once she gets up, we will have exactly an hour left once the dealer changes. Once again, thank everybody who joined in us tonight. We do realize there's a lot of different options out there, and we do appreciate you choosing Texas Card House tonight.
He knows that my favorite hand's King 8. And he plays it a lot. You just said it. Oh! Dude, I bet fucking 3 times. He called me the whole way. And like he's shocked, and whenever I turn over my hand, he turns over his. Oh, he literally just told me. More. No.
So it looks like everybody's calling. Did anybody fold? Is this a family pot first? Yep. Family pot. 27 in the middle. 9 players sitting down. 9 players calling. One of the waitresses tried to call as well. It's coming king high with 2 diamonds.
What?
Your dealer. Your dealer. You're the one that put the 5 on there right now. You asked for it right now.
Oh, hey, hold on. Let's go. We're gonna
Yeah,
talk
but
about this.
hey,
Hey, we're gonna have a counseling session here, okay?
Check.
You said you're small blind, right? Which is cool.
Check.
Well, you threw the $2 out there.
So wait.
Now it's on you.
So El Gallo actually thinks that he's a small blind here, and he wants a clarification because he.
So is that on me now?
It's on you. Yes. We checked around. It's on you.
So this is a pretty big tell that he has a hand because he's trying to win a small blind bonus. He thought he was a small blind and he bet out pretty big, just trying to take it down for the bonus.
You threw the 2 extra, let him check, and then you're like, whoa, 100. You understand what I'm saying?
I was gonna bet the small blind no matter what.
You threw $2 already. You can be the small blind. You knew you were small blind.
Am I a small blind?
So it was all math.
It's a small blind hand.
No, I really thought I was small blind.
So El Gallo thought that he hit the bonus. El Gallo thought that he hit the small blind bonus, but he did not. He did put money in the pot, but he was adding $5 to the button. I don't know if LZ has added $5 yet, but it should be pretty close to 100.
Good luck, Levis.
So the bonus is only eligible for the small blind.
You know, like honestly, from a high level of things, they're thinking of banning, or they're already banning the fucking game solvers at tournaments and games and shit. So that being said, that's a solver if you're able to watch the TV while you're playing in the stream that night. That's a solver.
That is incorrect.
It's not a solver, but it's.
Georges, you have 500 or no? You could probably pick up how somebody's playing.
Absolutely. Which is it's giving you information in the game.
So we just had a family pot. Now we're gonna have a 5-way pot.
Yeah, you're part of poker is people's temperament, how they're doing what they're doing,
Ace
what
high
gears
flop.
they're changing, and everything. You shouldn't be able to
And
do
I
that.
believe they're gonna change out dealers after this hand.
I don't care about exposing myself.
No, but I'm saying it's open to
But
the
in the
public.
same, but yeah.
10 on the turn.
Could be having the strings playing right now.
Temperament, but temperament is everything part of poker.
King high still in front.
In other rooms, like, you can watch it while you're
Well, then we need to play it here then.
And Newbie's gonna bet his. Newbie's betting the best hand here. He's bluffing with the best hand.
It's annoying to see somebody roll what they're doing.
No, I know. Only because they're not showing. But Nick, you're 100% right. I've gone to other streams.
I played on it,
Nick on the
I
same
can
time.
watch it while I'm playing.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Which is fine. Absolutely.
Well,
If
all
you-
I'm
and
trying
it-
to- all I'm trying to say is it's not a disadvantage.
I don't know what's optimal either.
now here, obviously, you're just saying.
So it looks like Goose is gonna be added on.
They just serve it, dog. They're not here to fucking beg for your tip.
Somebody goes out, they're going to serve. 20 minutes. For me, like, you can do that, but etiquette is like not good to like do that.
Yes, we do have a dealer change. You can see it is 9:01. And of course, add 15 minutes to that for the delay. So we are 9:16 Central Time. We are at South Texas Card House RGV. As Jeremiah will scramble and we'll get ready to gamble. And we're up to, I believe, $105 on the small blind game. Small blind game in effect. And we have exactly 1 hour to go.
It's my daughter's birthday. My 14-hour, she was born in February.
No straddle, as the chips on top of the button are part of the small blind game. Action on Newbie, the 6-4. Cajun Asian calling blind. Sin ver en español. El Gallo raising it up with the ace-3.
Hey, they're chopping. Cajun Asian, they're chopping. You want to chop one with me, bro? You and I? If you get it.
So the high hand has begun, and this is for all of the club. The high hand will pay out at 10 o'clock $800. $800 it'll pay out, and these players are eligible for that bonus.
Can't wait to see it.
Chubbs with the 3-bet, and LZ calling in position.
I needed to go since. It was like a back-to-back trip. I'm still holding it.
Hey, you should ask.
King high coming on the flop.
Hey, next time we get a picture, ask leave us, because you've been walking out there every fucking 5 minutes. They'll go piss for you.
You go piss for me?
So Chubbs gonna continue on here.
I just got to say. Hey, when you're in here in war, bro, you say
Bets 110.
You accept it. It is what it is.
Leo with just jack high, LZ.
Yeah, absolutely, but he'll go spray some water for you if you need it.
I need to go right now. Fuck.
And LZ is thinking about getting jiggy with it. So small raise here. Let's see if Chubbs is able to figure this out. He does have the king of diamonds in his hand. The big thing Chubbs is thinking is he doesn't feel like anybody would raise here with a 7. So Chubbs should be checking, and then we'll see what LZ does on the turn. And that's a good card for him, a great card, as it gives him open-ended. Made a move, There's the check from Chubbs. And here's the all-in from LZ. And Chubbs does make the call. So I believe they're just going to go once. Chubbs says that he only goes once. And LZ is going to need a king or an 8. 4 outs. Oh, the king comes and giving Chubbs 2 pair, but LZ giving him the straight. So LZ getting a little tricky on the flop. Then pretty much the best card he could hit on the turn, he hit it. And he's going to hit the straight. Runner, nothing funner. Huge pot there. One of the biggest pots of the night, and that's going to get him unstuck. So he was stuck before, and that's going to get him unstuck. Chubbs is still stuck over 500.
Like, those are split, but I just want to throw it at you.
But you have to crumble it up though, because you throw it like.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna make an airplane. I'm gonna get your eye.
Start making airplanes right now.
Remember,
Cajun Asian with the fold. Cajun Asian actually getting 3rd place on Friday night, the $20 tournament. It's $20 to enter, 20K in chips, 20-minute blind levels, 2,000 guaranteed. El Gallo with the 9-5 of hearts makes the raise. LZ calls in position, and we are going 4 ways to a flop. Newbie with the best hand right now, but he has a lot of cards to avoid. And it looks like he avoided all of them.
Did you say check?
I said check, and I said okay.
And it's going to go check around. Keep in mind, Chubbs is eligible for the bonus here. And he's probably going to stab at this pot as the 3 hits his range. Oh, this is going to work. Chubbs with the 8 high. Nobody has anything to call him with, so I think this is going to work. And he's going to get about a $120 bonus.
Dude, the commentary we had is awesome.
I had both your cards and tried to I wanted to see the flop.
I have to show it, right?
Yeah. Oh, your guys are coming back. You got the small
I know.
one.
You have to try, partner.
So let's see how much that is. It's over $100 for the small blind bonus. And he will put on $5 to restart the game. That is not a straddle, that is part of the small blind game, and there's the B-pip.
That's what happened last time. Hey, Indiana? No, Minnesota.
You want some action on that, bro? I'll give you Minnesota.
No straddle.
Where you need to. You have my lunch
Wait, so
box.
you study whenever you sports bet?
Action is under the gun. Seat 2.
He fades the A's all day.
8-5 of spades. 8-5.
Who do you bet the most on, the Braves or the Yankees?
8-4 off.
I'm sorry. The Braves. Okay, who do you bet on the most? Fading the A's or betting the Braves? You bet them more?
Goose with the 10-5 comes in for the raise. Gets immediately 3-bet by the King 9 of LZ.
That's a hook for him. Oh, I don't have to pay $215. I'm gonna bet the 120. They lose by 8.
They lose by 8.
Goose calling here with the 10-5, the nickel and dime. Or as the older generation calls it, the Woolworth hand. Easy for me to say.
I'll take it.
Woolworth
I'll take Phoenix.
was an old
I'll take Phoenix plus 2.
general store that a lot of the small towns had. And Goose flopping a 5. Calling.
I'll tell you, I'll take another bet. I'll take Phoenix straight up.
Check on the turn.
My 100 to your 140.
And Goose will win the hand with the 10-5. Nickels and dimes.
But yeah, you're quick. You're smart.
Pretty big pot for a 10-5 offsuit, $287.
The good one I have one for you.
Some of these guys don't know.
You said, what did you say? What's the number you said?
Do they know?
1010.
How'd you play?
I was at the lot different. I was playing a tournament. Okay. This is the early stages. And a player.
But I'm gambling. I'm good.
So UB will add $5 to the button as part of the small blind game.
1000. Oh. You were like, what the fuck? 1000. So what was
Interesting, bro.
Exactly. Yes, because 1100 by 5. 1000, bro. And then like they called the 4 and the 4's like 1000. Yeah, what's 1000? Something. So they let it 3 to play. I was like, bro, I've never heard of that.
Now that I realize
1000.
Goose with the 10-5 last hand now has the 9-5.
I'm not a very big fan of hers.
Ace 6 of clubs from El Gallo. He will bump it up to $10.
She's 44 years old.
She was old as Jerry West.
And LZ making the call.
She's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem later was like fucking 44.
She's a Chris Paul. She is an old veteran point guard.
There you go.
Yeah. She's the female version of Chris Paul.
And Chubbs with the queens going up to 100. I think if he was out of position, he would have sized this a little bigger, but he's in position, so even if he gets called, he will have position, and it looks like he's gonna get called by LZ. And that's gonna bring Mike along. So 7-6 suited and Queen Jack suited going up against the Queens. And Chubbs is gonna flop a boat the second time tonight. He flops a boat. Last time he lost. This time he might check just because he hit the board very good, but he's gonna hope somebody has an 8 or somebody has a club. And it is LZ with the queen. Oh, and Mike making the call. 5 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds. Mike hitting a pair now.
Call it into existence.
550 in the middle.
Hey, what's your number?
Oh, Chubb's checking. He wants somebody to make their hand now.
Oh, God.
There's the jack, and that's probably going to get LZ in trouble. The flush draw got there, though. He's going to check, but he's definitely going to call a bet.
What a river.
Unless Mike bluffs at this. Oh, Mike's bluffing at this.
Hey, you're the best, Jerry. You are the best motherfucker. Nick was running bad and then worse and then cancel.
I don't think Chubbs is just going to call here, although looking at the hand, calling might be the most profitable because LZ might come along. But he's going to race to 700 and nobody's going to be able to call. Like I said, just calling there is 100% the wrong move, the wrong play. But just based upon us seeing the hands, the only way to get action would have been a call there and maybe bring LZ along. That was the only way for him to make anything more. But like I said, it is 100% the wrong play, but we're able to see the cards. So Chubbs will get another football square as he does have the full house. So every full house gets a football square. This is for the Sunday night game. It's $1,000 total that's paid for the game. But this also has a rollover. So last Sunday, the first 2 quarters paid 500 each, and the second 2 quarters paid 750. We're gonna have a rollover again this coming Sunday, so it's gonna be at least $500 a quarter this coming Sunday for the football squares. You can get qualified all week here at the Texas Card House. You just need to show a full house. You need to show a full house. You don't have to win the hand. You just need to show a full house for the football squares. It is the first 100 players that show a full house.
Georgie, get the 4th column, 7th square
Wait,
down.
4th column this way?
Yes.
4th column this way?
4th column, columns are up and down.
Oh, so it's full. It's full.
4th column, 7th one down.
Yes, there is columns and rows. So there is.
Like I can see the board from here.
Right here.
I can't see, partner. I can't see. No, I can't. I see the lines.
So there are no numbers. There are no numbers on the squares.
Oh God. The 3rd row, the 4th one. What a fish.
Jack high flop. RGV striker hidden the jack.
Right next to Matt Crocker. Perfect. Right there.
You're gonna get fucked.
That motherfucker.
You're gonna get fucked. That guy hits everything, partner.
I thought it was in the hand.
And RGV striker is gonna bet.
That will hit a royal flush. And he's not even in the hand. And he'll get paid out the high hand. Partner. That guy hits like there's
So this is pre-flop action, as the action tracker still catching up, but you can see $75 in front of
15 minutes.
RGV striker.
The high hand that he hit yesterday. I was like, yeah, you were snapping.
I'm gonna try to pull up Johnson.
Yeah, and
He lost him like 700.
you probably got stuck on the one.
We didn't see any snap after that.
Hey, but he made up for it right now.
What was that?
So kind of lost
You need to hurry up and get this.
track of the action here as the
There's a 7 on the board.
graphics were trying to catch up. But it looks like it is LZ with the gut shot up against Mike. Mike has the best hand right now with ace high.
Oh my.
Here comes the bluff. LZ has to bluff at this. He has 6 high. He's not going to win. And this is going to work. Mike just has ace high. I don't know if Mike is aware that his hoodie is down. He does like to be covered up.
What's that?
It's a natural. It's a natural.
So the way the football squares work is there's essentially 100 squares. It is 10 by 10.
To make up for the
And there are no numbers yet. So you pick whichever square you want. And the first 100 people to get a full house, they will get a square for the Sunday night game. Before the game starts, they will pull numbers to fill in the blanks.
What time was
So
that?
they will grab 10 cards. They will grab 10 cards, an ace through a 10. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they will pull the cards, and that's how the numbers get assigned. So the first card they pull will be the very top row, and they go across. And then once they're done with those 10 cards, they reshuffle, and then they'll pull for the column. So yes, they pull horizontal, then they pull vertical, and that's what determines the numbers. Looks like we have a $10 under the gun straddle. RGV striker, tonight's big winner. Pocket fives under the gun. There's a $10 straddle. He will just make the call. Mike with the jack 7. Just lost last hand. Will probably be folding here. No, he makes the call. Wearing the Rangers hat. The Rangers have been eliminated from the playoffs by, and the Astros have actually clinched the AL West. Oh, perfect timing here for the Cajun Asian. Has the aces and will be taking it up to 75. Is LZ making the call with 8-6 offsuit? RGV Striker says, why not? And Mike.
That's against the Cajun racing.
Is Mike also thinking about calling? Mike calling with the Jack 7.
Yes.
What does Chubbs have? Chubbs has 9-7. So we are 6 ways to a flop.
That's 22%.
$528, $75 3-bet pre-flop, getting called by 8-4 offsuit, 8-6 offsuit, Jack 7 offsuit. We're 6 ways to the flop. What's going to happen? And it's going to come king high. So the aces still out in front. Pretty safe flop for the aces. And it is Mike with his middle pair. Taking a shot. Newbie with the gut shot needs a 10, but is not going to pay $150 to see it. Bottom pair for LZ. I think LZ calls the 150 if the Cajun Asian just calls. Keep in mind, he called 75 pre-flop with 8-6 offsuit. If you hit a pair, now Cajun Asian's going all in. So now the pot is over 1,500. Does Mike feel like gambling? And I think the answer is yes. Mike makes a snap call. He figured he was going to die with this hand. He needs to hit a Jack or a 7. That's not it. And that's not it. Nobody going to like the king on the river, but the Cajun Asian will show the aces and win the $1,800 pot. And I don't know if Mike is going to rebuy. So Cajun Asian winning a second pot tonight of over 1,000.
I'm surprised you didn't see fuck when the river came.
He was already flipping his fucking car. That's all. Dude.
Hey, why did you see fuck? I thought about time that fast on. I can see it.
So that's going to take the Cajun Asian to 2,200. He's in for 300, so almost up 2,000 for the night. And Mike is back. So Mike in for another 1,000 as we have over half an hour to go on tonight's stream. I mentioned this earlier, but this is the secondary channel for Texas Card House. So if you're still not subscribed, you might think you're subscribed. The main channel for Texas Card House is called TCH Live. This is the secondary channel. So if you still have not subscribed, make sure you take care of that. As Mike is coming in for $100 with the Queen 7, forcing somebody to have a hand. And so far, nobody has a hand to call him with.
No, that pasado.
We don't have any more. They ran out.
That's fine.
No quiero sal. You want salt? I don't even want the lime. Do you want the lime?
I don't want lime, no.
No, solo.
So this is the third time El Gallo has done this. There's $100, so that $2 is dead. Last time he lost $12. But as my dad said, it doesn't cost anything to pay attention.
Are you sure? Is that how it works?
Bro, I was probably fake.
So high hand going on right now. It is $800. There's 3 different qualifying periods. They started qualifying at 9 p.m.
Hey, that's the mic I know right there. You know
And
what?
from
He's been silent.
every hour.
That motherfucker's been getting parallel. I had to go at the corner.
So every hour it does roll over an extra $100. So it's 800 right now. Aces full of 10s to qualify. That's the minimum qualifier. Must use both hold cards. So somebody's going to win at least $800 tonight here at the Texas Card House if they hit a high hand. Did Mike just straddle $200?
Yes, from Full House. Yes, partner.
So 225. So Mike buying in for rebuying the second time for 1,000, and he is in gamble mode. So $225 straddle under the gun from Mike. Goose with the ace-9. I think you can really only go all in or fold. I think those are your only options here. And he agrees with me. He's going all in. Oh, Mike's not even going to call. Mike already called out of turn. The problem with the 10s is he has to... Oh, Mike with kings. How does this happen? How does this happen? Goose is going to be like, what the? So Goose is still live. He needs to hit an ace, but Mike might make back most of his money on this hand. They are going once and an ace right on the flop. Goose getting lucky. Mike has running spades. Mike needs a king. Oh, and Mike's going to get his kings cracked to the tune of almost $1,000. Mike losing $909 in that pot. So Goose making the wrong move at the right time.
9:15, Jerry. 9:15. And I'm paying this round because I have a 6.
Yeah, fuck the 6. You might take off.
I went on.
So Mike
Partner with 225 straddle.
with the 225 straddle. Goose knowing an ace is normally good in that spot, and he is right or was right. Normally the ace is supposed to be the best over a random hand, but Mike somehow wakes up with kings and gets really unlucky.
I got you. Mike, you're still Mike.
So basically, Queen 7, the computer hand, it's called that because it is the exact middle of the ranges. So basically, if you have anything Queen 7 or above, then there's a 50% chance you're going to have better than a straddle hand. And Goose had the 8. He saw the 225 straddle for Mike. Said, I think the ace is the best hand, and I'm just going to go all in. And like I said, he made the wrong move at the right time. Mike had kings, but Goose hits not one but 2 aces to take the win.
We took straight up, also 140 to 100. That was a straight. Fuck no, she sucks at fucking free throws and she sucks at fucking patriotism.
Hey, we're going on in, look at that.
Huh?
We're going on in.
And actually, LZ just told Goose, thank you for going all in, because if Goose does not go all in there, LZ had pocket 10s. He was going to go all in, and he would have lost.
Wow, you're going there. You're fucking going there.
So Goose with the crabs, the 3s, also known as the crabs, and Mike's going all in. So Goose is going to try to finish him here. 4 deuce for Mike. Normally he should be like 60-40. He should have 2 live cards, but he only has 1 live card, as it is the 4. Pair the board. Mike needs the board's pair. Mike needs a heart. 7 or a... Nope. 7 or a 6. He would have won with the 4.
That's all right, Jerry. Come on!
So Mike getting really unlucky, getting his kings cracked. And Goose will get the win with pocket threes.
Give me a brick. No fouls.
And I think Mike has had enough, and I don't blame him.
NBA, soccer, football, everything.
Cajun Asian up almost 2,000. RGV Striker up 1,500. UB up 200. LZ and Chubbs in the green. Goose still in the red after winning that huge pot. It was almost a $2,000 pot. It was like 1870, I want to say. He is still in the red, but very close to being out of it.
Making sense, but
The small blind game is still on, and kind of lost in all of the crazy all-ins is the fact that the small blind game is still on, and it looks like it is up to at least 30. So no small blind this hand. Seat open on the stream table. Cajun Asian with the 8-4.
oh shit.
Yeah, we're even.
Do not hit a three-pointer.
100% we're even.
Oh, give me a three-pointer now. Oh no! Timeout.
So just waiting on the graphics to catch out.
She said,
This is why the dealers have the headset on.
You're trying to hold me from pushing. Georgie's big.
Sorry, yes, because the system has to turn. But I won't.
We'll just pretend to
Either way for her, I'm gonna go take it.
Look, I'm telling you right now. I'll opt out for this round.
So we're on a 15-minute delay. Did you cash out? No, okay. The game's still going on. All right. We're on a 15-minute delay, and this is kind of a two places at once. I got the Cajun Asian in the booth with me. Tonight's big winner.
no!
It's not over though. They're still playing.
Heat it.
Willie!
You remember this hand or no? Happened 15 minutes ago. King 10 of diamonds. Is the small blind game still going on? Small blind game still on as well. All right, three ways to the flop we go. Nintendo, $64 in the middle, and it's going to come 8 high with 2 hearts. Top pair for LZ, and a straight off for both El Gallo and RGV Striker. LZ's going to bet his top pair. RGV Striker calling with his gut shot and 2 overcards. And El Gallo also calling. Heart coming on the turn. And I think it's going to go check around. And the 6 coming. Does anybody have a heart? RGV Striker with the heart. El Gallo is thinking about bluffing. And he's going to bluff. I think Striker's going to call him. The Striker folds? All right. As I said, the Cajun Asian taking a little break from the game. We're on a 15-minute delay, so he knows what happens here. And I believe, I forgot to say, spoiler alert, RGV Striker's going to fold here.
I only have one hand.
We'll see.
No, I'm not worried about it.
You can't give him a hard time about folding. You made a... So it's going to work as advertised. The Cajun Asian can tell the future for 15 minutes. Or maybe now 12 minutes. Is there still a seat open in the stream game? Somebody took it or Mike came back? Huh? Somebody took the seat. Rios? Rivers? Okay. All right, so you can see the money on the button part of the small blind game. So in about another 12 minutes, you're going to see the Cajun Asian get up from his seat, and he pops to the booth real quick just to check in on me. I do appreciate that.
I called him twice and I texted him, but I texted him enough information to know to respond or not.
So, like I said, we're on a 15-minute. I'm in the same building.
You still had chips behind him. He lost again. No, but we're stop. Just asking if he wants to take. He's gonna come back. Stop. I said it's his, right? So, you're asking if he lost the ticket? And then you fucking put the dagger and turned it. What's the deal? Yeah.
When I asked him,
The high hand is still going on as well. Let's see how many tables we have on the main floor. As I said, I am in the same room, in the same building here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, but I do have a separate room where I call the stream from, as there are 2 tables on the main floor, and then there's the stream table. Excuse me, there's 3. There is 2 1-3 no limit tables, and then there's a 1-3-6. It says Hold'em. I don't know if that's limit or not, but there's a 1-3-6. I don't know if that's a mandatory straddle or if that's a. It says 300 match, so I would imagine that's no limit. And then we have the stream table. Friday, we are having a PLO stream. Right now, we have 6 players signed up for it. We have 6 players signed up for the stream. So you still have some time if you want a seat for Friday's stream. The stream on Friday will be on the main channel, TCH Live. It is going to be 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. $200 minimum, no maximum. Last Friday night, we had somebody buy in for $5,000, and we had somebody buy in for $200. The person that bought in for $200 cashed out over $2,000.
why not, bro? What the hell? What else is there to do? We're sweating that. Right there, we said $200.
It was a good game. We got Reels coming in. Reels? I don't think this stream's in it. We're both Drake. Rock. Pretend like I have a
Hey, Mr. Goose, check out the line, man.
So, speaking about computer hand, Chubbs with the computer hand will raise it up. Newbie calling with the suited ace, Cajun Asian with the king 8, and Nick's coming along with the jack 9.
All your rents are even. Was it a real big swing to get it done either way or no?
No, it wasn't. But hey, shit.
So everybody folded to Chubbs in the cutoff, and he raised it up with the queen. One of the reasons why he raised it up is because of the small blind game. He wanted to get a fold from the Cajun Asian, knowing that there's $45 on the button there. So the Cajun Asian will add $5 the next hand as part of the small blind game. And we are going heads up, ace 10 versus queen 7. Chubbs looking for a queen or a 7. And he's going to get the queen. He will continue on here. Bet in 75. And I think one of the reasons why he bet 75 is he knows that Newbie keeps his stacks in 75s. So he knew Newbie, it would be an easy call for Newbie because it's 1 stack for Newbie. King coming on the river does bring in the straight. And let's see if it slows down Chubbs. I think he's going to put out a small bet here, really small. No, it looks like 120. 120. And Newbie really just calling the chop here if he puts his opponent on a ace, because he is just playing the ace out of his hand. Aces and queens with a king kicker. That's one of the reasons why I thought Chubbs would size a little bit smaller to try to get a crying call from an ace. And looks like Newbie's going to pay him off. Newbie doesn't want to because he knows best case scenario he's chopping. And that is worst case scenario. So Chubbs raising from the cutoff in that hand. talked about it earlier that the Queen 7, basically you're going to have a better hand than a random hand. So that's one of the reasons why you raise. But the bigger reason is because of the small blind game. You can see we are up to, is it 45 or 50? It looks like 45.
It matters because they can. It depends on who they use. On the HVAC.
So we are getting an exact count on the new player that's sitting down. We're getting an exact count. That is something that is needed on the stream. Granted, we have about another 15, 20 minutes left on the stream. It is a $300 minimum, so I believe that is what the buy-in is going to be for $300. A little more than 3, maybe.
Who do you work with on the
So welcome to the chat, Rebel Poker. Referring to one of the chat regulars, Phony Ferguson, not Tony Ferguson.
Get the fuck. I'm pretty sure he'll take 3. I'm pretty sure he won't take twice. He'll take 3.
All right, Rios coming in hot. First hand, raising it up with Queen 10. And Yubi with the ace queen making the call. We actually saw this Angels hat earlier on the stream. I was wondering who it was. So they are explaining the small blind game to the new player. I do not think he is eligible for the bonus just because he hasn't contributed to the fund. So he will be eligible the next time once it resets. Oh, and he's going to hit the 10 right away. And Yubi, who just lost the pot earlier, looks like he's going to call one time. No, he makes the fold. So haven't seen the Astros hat yet. You can see the Cajun Asian. Like I said, we're going to see him disappear here in a couple of minutes because he does take a little break. Comes up here to the booth. We do have a $25 small blind bonus in effect, 2 green chips. We do have an under the gun straddle for 9. Oh, it's actually 10. I counted 4 white chips. Looks like 4 white chips. The dealer announcing 10 though. And Goose with the ace king. I was gonna say he should be racing big here with the small blind game, but he is going from 10 to 30 to 31. So nobody's gonna fold, and he's gonna be out of position here. I know it's not the GTO play to raise huge with ace king out of the small blind, but in this case, I think it's the right play. Queen, queen 3, 2 spades. It's gonna go check around. And he's gonna hit his king on the turn. Does he check again? Oh, he does check again. Does check again. This is a good check. Good check by Goose because either he's really far ahead or really far behind. If somebody has a queen, he's very far behind. If somebody has a queen, he's very far ahead. LZ looking for a jack for the straight. And he's going to hit a 9. So Now he has check down value, and he's going to check it down.
What's in the Grande hand? What's in the Grande hand? What's in the
And
Grande
Goose
hand?
is going to hit the $50 bonus. You can see him pumping his fist. You can see him pumping his fist.
Queen 7 means that you either read a
So LZ hitting the pair on the river now had showdown value. No reason to bluff. I don't know if he was going to bluff the river if he missed everything, but he did make pair. Had showdown value. Decided just to check back. He wasn't good. Goose winning the bonus. He will restart the small blind game. So now Rios is eligible for the bonus since it has restarted.
It's only 55. One at 10x. What are you talking about?
Everybody good here?
This is a really good game. I thought Livas was. The maximum.
I'm in for it all.
Me and Goose are competing
I'm
for
up right now.
for the most. Yeah, I keep adding on.
I'm in for it all right here, but I'm up a little bit. Hold on.
So can kind of hear a little bit of the table talk. The players do not have individual microphones. There are 2 microphones above the table.
Most people don't even think
As we go 4 ways to a flop of ace high 2 clubs. Chubbs with the 2 clubs.
Hey, bring another one.
Maybe about 25, 30,
We're gonna deplete them.
35.
Yeah, hey, we'll cheer each other on if we do it.
Bro,
LZ with the best hand right now. He has the pair of 5s. He makes the call. Action on Rios. And he will fold.
If you ever play fucking that, honestly, but you know what the channel is? To make $3,000 or $4,000.
Board pairing.
Fucking free tax, tax free. Yeah, you can do it.
And Chubbs is going to continue on, and this should get the job done.
But you're gonna be here.
No, LZ does not believe him.
You better have a we were you win chain, right?
LZ making the right call here.
Trying to sneak in a 7 there. Son of a bitch.
LZ checking again, and Chubbs not able to bet again.
Perception is
I think LZ was going to call him. I mean, LZ thought he was good on the turn with the 5. I think LZ would have called him on the river with just the 5.
Here we go, baby. Here we go.
There's the B-pip. UB in at 32%. Everybody above.
Bro, I think my mother, my grandmother who's died, other people in my life that are female, that are like hard work.
So we are on the Texas Card House channel. We have 2 different channels on YouTube. TCH Live is the main channel. Texas Card House is the secondary channel. The next time we are streaming from here will be on Friday. It's going to be the 1-2 PLO, and that's going to be on the main channel, TCH Live. Our next time streaming will be on TCH Live in 2 days. 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. It doesn't sound like a big game, 1-2 PLO, but the pots are always big, normally over $1,000. It's 1-2 with a $5 bring-in.
Kings 225 straddle. Yeah, because he buzzed if he folds.
I believe.
No, he had 10, but he would
I
have
actually believe it.
Yeah. And he had kings.
Oh, whatever! You know what? Just because I'm not sick.
You're both good.
Yeah.
You're both good. At 7-6.
All right, so I have been told that these players do continue to play when the stream is over, and you can see seat 1, the Cajun Asian, not in his seat, as that was that 15-minute delay. So he's actually out of his seat. He came to the booth to check in on me. I do appreciate that. Giving me updates on exactly what's going on. at the table. He will still get Del 10.
What was it? What was the reason why? Why? What's ace queen? Why is that hurt?
No, it was did you ever say it doesn't even matter what it doesn't matter what it said, like, you know why?
Yeah, so Rebel Poker, I believe, was watching the Austin stream tonight, and they're on the main channel tonight, TCH Live. And we're on the secondary channel here. But on Friday, we will be on the main channel, TCH Live. So TCH Social, the newest Texas Card House location, TCH Social in Austin. It's the same area, but they are now right next to the Austin Aquarium, Northwest Austin, 183 Research Boulevard in Anderson Mills. It's the only Texas Card House that I have not visited. I visited the original Texas Card House in South Austin, which was on Mancheca, or as they say in Austin, Manchac. And then I visited the previous location that was there that they just moved from. So I haven't visited the new one, so got that on the list. It kind of makes it easy for me to go to that location too, since I do work in Austin.
Damn, that's a freaking flagrant, man. And I'm not even, it's not even my team.
All right, they just came into the booth,
7.5, right?
the production crew, letting me know that last hand will be hand 79. Hand 79, so another 2 hands after this, which will take us to just over the 4-hour mark for tonight's stream.
That was clean. Clean block. Yeah, look at everybody else getting up crazy.
So LZ with the 4s here, and he's raising. Goose with the deuces. Doesn't think he has a 4. LZ did this earlier without the trips, raising a better on the flop, and now he's doing it with the trips. So doing a good job of balancing himself out. King of spades coming on the turn. I don't know how much more heat Goose can take here, but LZ is gonna try to cook him. The flush draw get in there now too. Like I said, I don't know if Goose is gonna be able to call a bet here. LZ needs to size it small, maybe 100 to get a call. And it's going to be 300. The flush draw got there. So if LZ was raising with the flush draw, it got there. Obviously, the 9 beats him, the 4 beats him, and Goose does finally waddle away. Nice hand. Nice hand. All right, so 2 more hands to go. Last hand will be hand 79. I said normally we get at least 80 hands, and we got close. We do have a new person with the action tracker, so that might be one of the reasons why it ran a little bit slower. Like I said, normally it's at least 80 hands we get in. We got 79 in tonight. And we will get less than 79 on Friday because it's going to be PLO. It takes longer to deal. And with all the different possibilities with the 4 cards, the hands also take longer to play out. Although last Friday night we did stream for over 6 hours. I don't know if we're going to stream over 6 hours again. It is all dependent on the players, but we will stream at least 4 hours on Friday. 1-2 PLO on TCH Live. $90 in the middle, and we are 6 ways to a flop. You can see the action tracker still trying to catch up with the action. And this is one of the things that sometimes delays the stream just a bit.
Hey, y'all heard of Grande, right? The guy that gives a lot of action. Apparently that they were at Cobras, they had a game, and he offered little Aaron, little Aaron, he offered him 10K to whip it out.
No, that's an 8 on the flop.
10K to whip it out? What? Yeah, he told me no.
What the? I would have partnered straight up. Small, big, ship it.
Fucking small, fuck it.
Saca la feria and I'm out.
Let him talk about it, who cares?
I'm out here.
That's 10K partner.
So open-ended straight draw for the Jack 9 of Hearts RGB striker. He does hit a pair on the turn, but it is Chubbs hitting the straight. So RGB striker open-ended on the flop. Chubbs with the gut shot. Chubbs hits it, and he checks.
They gave it to her. That is not a fucking flagrant. Yes, bro, that is so...
RGB striker just make it. Excuse me, RGB striker bet it to $60. Does Chubbs string him along here? No, he's putting in the check raise. 225. He's hoping RGB striker has two pair or a sucker straight, as Jack 7 makes a straight, as well as 6-7. We can see that is not the case. Chubb's getting a little too ambitious here.
It's better when it's large sample size.
I don't think RGB striker's going to call here with second pair.
John needs to get a water on the rocks. Maybe a little Red Bull. Red Bull.
John's represented, dog.
And he does indeed fold. All right, so last hand coming up. You've stuck with us this long. Might as well see the last hand. Let's see how it ends. And I'm kind of excited to see how it ends as well, because a lot of times, for whatever reason, the last hand can be fireworks. This is the last hand on the stream. I have been told that they are still playing. These players are still playing. There will be a $6 straddle under the gun. There's 25 on the button as part of the small blind game. So Chubbs is eligible for that. He is a small blind. He should be putting out the dollar. He should be putting out the dollar. There's the dollar. And action's going to be on at nick.m24. $9-7 offsuit for Goose. He's going to be calling the $6 straddle. And El Gallo raising it up with the Jack 10 offsuit. LZ makes the call with 7-4 offsuit. I told you. For whatever reason, the last hand, a lot of times, crazy stuff happens. Rios making the call on the button. Enjoying his massage. Tableside massage is available here at the Texas Card House. And Yubi with the queens bumps it up to 100. I think the size is too small here. And you can see Goose calling with the 9-7 offsuit, and that's going to lead everybody else to call here. So Newbie taking a size and it's too small, so hopefully he learns from this. And we are $500 pot, 507. I said it right before we started. This is the last hand, and a lot of times weird stuff happens on the last hand. Keep the stream going. Like I said, they're still playing.
You're just dodging the 3, dog.
Oh, Newbie hitting top set here. And he's going to check. Check raise incoming. LZ with the 7-4 representing. And UB should be going all in. Yeah, he has less than 300. What does LZ do here? Oh, so this is about the 4th time this has happened with El Gallo. He was calling to 150, and they let him know. So that $100 is dead. I think he's just going to call here because that $100 is dead. So he could only call, and LZ kind of has to call, but obviously he just has 7 high. It's another 150. He knows he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. So El Gallo drawn pretty slim. I think LZ would have called if it would have been heads up, but it was less than 150 more to call, less than a min raise, and he folded immediately. And UB's gonna win the last hand. Wow! UB winning the last hand for over 1,000, 1153 to be exact. So he will take the win. And once again, we would like to thank everybody who joined us tonight from the Texas Card House RGV. Our next stream will be on Friday night.